We can't error a Terra now. The room code is VGTJ, boss.
Are we live?
No, not yet.
Looks like we are.
We are? All right, we're live
One viewer in the chat.
with one viewer in the chat. Especially said TJ, like TJ. No. Something?
Whoa, there's Sage Wisdom.
What do you want? Are we good? Are we good? Where we can't hear ourselves. What are 32 viewers even watch? Hello, yeah? Can you hear us?
We need to read stream donations, by the way. We haven't done that.
Yeah.
We want to read some stream donations. No, we have to read a stream donation. This sponsored segment. We can do that
It's
as
so
we go.
cringe. Can we do it later?
We can do it as we go. No, we have a Mr. Worldwide.
I don't want to read Chicken Jockey, okay?
I'll read that. Okay, you want to read this? You know this guy?
Right before the match. Nah. Why are we doing that? Coffee?
Yeah, you know him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing that.
Really?
Like commentators?
Hi. Do you read or I'll read it?
Like, we got a match first. You read it after the match.
Okay,
We're gonna
fine.
break their concentration. Mm. Oh, we already starting off with the warm up. What a
Alright.
great warm up.
Arrow
0
flexing his
seconds.
aura. Winning the match in a single frame.
So, operator, are you excited for day 2 of Tetris at NUS? We got quite strong players here.
Yeah. I'd say top 8 has been quite, as in the top 8 players have been quite predictable, but with a bit of a surprise, but I'm hoping to see a bit more variation today.
Yeah, we see both players are very proficient at LST, so we're starting out with an LC battle.
Right. Really just very standard gameplay from these two. Noon. It's a bit late on getting the eyepiece, and I was gonna take the first game of the day.
Yep, the one.
Okay, let's get right into it. The first match of the day, winner's side top 8, Arrow versus Noon. This will be first to 9.
Arrow going for a quick, perfect clear, while Noon is already pushed all the way at the top.
Yep, and Arrow with another good combo, forcing Noon to downside away here. Arrow trying to time his STSD, maybe looking for a combo extension.
Goes for the TST tower. First match of the day and misdrops. Can Noon take the opportunity to punish?
Already both of them are pretty cheesed up, and none of them hasn't been able to make significant progress, which resets the situation for both of them.
Yeah, we're seeing both sub 100 APM, feeling like a U rank match here. We see Arrow setting up a I believe there's a C-spin into a quad. Well, a big spike, sending Noon all the way to the top, taking the first round. So what's the format? Are we currently on first to 9, win by what, 0?
Nope. Yeah. All of top 8 will be first to 9, and grand finals will be first to 11. There'll be no deuces.
True. Ooh, Noon forced to break back-to-back while Arrow continues with his back-to-back chain. Interesting count to 4 for Arrow. In fact, you used to mention that he's trolling a lot. Do you think he's still trolling at this current state?
I think the opponents are pretty good at the game to be doing that, but I think Arrow will be using his, game sense and timing to keep up the pressure as you saw right there.
Yeah, more than 1 APP, truly a pro. Yeah, Noon's struggling a bit, but I think he's capable of speeding up a lot more than he's currently shown. So
Yeah.
he's just easing into it for now.
Yeah, you can see maybe the nerves are kicking in there. He's hesitating a bit more, a bit more sluggish on placing the pieces. But
Yeah, and that's more like it. We see Noon ramping it all the way up to like close to 3 PPS.
but we're gonna have some.
It seems we have some technical issues with Noon freezing up and alt-tabbing. Wait, no, alt-tabbing?
Yeah, it
Alt
looks like
F4.
we've got a DC of the day.
First DC of the tournament, too. Truly error for bribing Osk.
Yeah, so we'll just sit back for a while and let Noon reconnect. Okay. Maybe it's time for a sponsored message? You read it?
Alright. Our first sponsor message of the day is from Coffee. And the donation message is Osk, please fix flight prices so I can join Tourney.
Yeah, I think a few international players are really keen on joining us, and I see you. And to that, I'll say we'll have some more tournaments, in the future. So please look out for it and plan your flights accordingly.
Yep, especially with New Noob around, just throwing in money into the prize pool, it's definitely worth coming for these tournaments. Just first place is almost $800. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's like a round trip for two in some neighboring countries, if I'm not wrong.
That's like 1 month NSP.
Yep, that's a lot of money.
So honestly, operator, we've seen a lot of X ranks this tournament. Considering like 2-3 years ago, there was maybe only 5 or 6 in Singapore.
Yeah, I think this tournament really brought out the best of the talent in Singapore. The prize pool is really nothing to scoff at. So it's really great to see all this potential and skill at the highest level all in this tournament.
Do you see the Singapore scene just like evolving a lot more? So you have like maybe 60 next ranks like 5 years down the road?
Yeah, surely there's a lot of potential in the U ranks as well. Like they've been able to keep up with the APM and the micro with the X rank. So with a bit more development and a bit more time, surely we can see them improve massively over the next few months. All right, let's read another donation message from KVODEF. KVODEF says, 怪叔叔. I think that's a reference to Nu, our local neighborhood uncle. Shout out to him, I guess.
Definitely our favorite 怪叔叔. So I think we'll be starting off with a there's a new NN noon throwing. Oh, you're not starting from trio?
Okay, never mind. We're starting all the way back from the start, I guess. Not sure if this is a significant tactical advantage, but we'll see what happens from here.
Interesting. Noon putting a lot more pressure than we saw earlier.
Yeah, I think he's really began to settle in and find his stride here.
Yep.
But a quick double Tetris from Error. He's looking for another one, and that's gonna be enough.
Honestly, compared to like some of the games we saw yesterday, the APM isn't much higher, but the spikes are definitely like attacks all come in spikes, like 12, 13, 14 spikes. What do you think about that, operator?
Yeah, I think maybe the players are a bit more used to the environment, so now they're able to refine their gameplay and bring out these huge combos as we see from Arrow right here.
Yep. Arrow just timing all the macros slowly, building up his back-to-back to cancel everything new and ascending.
Yeah, he really hasn't broken his LST his LST stacking right here as he builds a 15 back-to-back. And he's really limited by the 7 back here as he drops the 27 combo. That could have been much heavier if he got a few more T pieces.
But 27 is definitely more than enough. It sends more than a whole board's worth of attack. And honestly, most A ranks don't even send 27 in a minute. It seems Era's game plan is to build up a lot of back-to-back while just keeping a nice board.
Yeah, Noon really struggling here on the speed on the APM side.
And we're back to trio.
Yeah, I feel that Noon really has to, play more solidly, try to misdraw a bit less like that. And maybe try to hang on and hope Error makes a few misdrops for him to capitalize on.
Why do you think Noon went for that Yui Metal 6-3 like 40 line start?
I'm not sure, man. You're gonna have to bust out the full. You have to pull all the stops if you're up against Error.
Yeah, it's not easy when he's just pulling 23 spikes out of his ass.
Yeah, and it's quick 5-0 from Error, and we're at the halfway We're at halfway of the match.
Do you possibly think that Noon is sending too much clean to Error?
I don't think so because Error can send just that much by himself.
It's truly a tough question. You send too clean, he just sends it back. You send too cheesy, he cancels it. But wow, Noon just pulling out 3.6 PPS, finally keeping up with Error.
Yeah, he's looking a lot better this round. And he actually has the speed advantage by a slight margin.
But it's not easy keeping up these fast speeds.
Yeah, especially not with a cheesy board like this. But
Oh, but Era finally makes a misdrop. Gets cleaned up in like 2 seconds. We don't even get to see it.
yeah, but Noon, in the meantime, he has been keeping up, and this is the best showing we've seen from him.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I think he's really, been able to find his stride and get all these quick, clean combos in. That's really helped in simplifying the decision making and keeping up the pace, especially with someone like Error.
I think it's the opposite. He's actually keeping his board lower and cleaner and canceling out Era's attack while maintaining his own clean board, allowing him to finally get a back-to-back chain of at least 10.
Yeah, Noon has both the speed advantage, but doesn't quite make it.
Yeah, but we can see Noon is definitely like catching up to Era's level in terms of skill.
Yeah, but might be a little bit too late. Noon's gonna have to speed things up if he wants to take a round, which is a crazy thing to say.
Just curious, is this an elimination round?
Nope, this is winner, so there'll still be a chance for redemption for both these players if they get sent to losers.
Ooh, and
Right.
Era finally getting sent both like a huge spike that he
Yeah,
just has no
looks
answer
like he
for.
just gives up. Noon's on the board.
It was just amazing timing from Noon treading the needle, finding Era's weak point.
Yeah, and Aramis dropping that overhang there, costing him the match, the round.
We see a center for wide from Era, while Noon just puts up the pressure. Well,
Yeah,
Era
Arrow
doesn't
with
have the right pieces to continue his 4 wide combo, and no Ren gaming. Noon takes a second round.
yeah, that was just a poor sequence of pieces. Arrow couldn't continue the combo there. And he tries again, maybe the second time's the charm. Oh, he gets the center well, and this is a huge 30 combo. And
Wow.
you know,
Honestly, that was completely RNG gaming. There's like 6 other wells that could have went to, and if
yeah,
but Arrow blessed with RNG twice in a row. Gets the 2-7.
Noon with a super cheesy board. Needs to find his eyepieces, and he does use them. He's gonna have to play this a bit carefully.
I think we're mostly back to equal, with Noon just getting all the way to the bottom and Era also close to the bottom.
I mean, as equal as it can be in this match.
But Noon gets blessed with amazing garbage, while Era has the response.
Yeah, I think he tried to go for his own 4 wide, but he's gonna get punished for it.
Yeah, he just needed like a second or two, maybe a few more pieces, and Noon would have been fine, but Era just punishes.
Yeah, and just like that, we're at match point. This has been a fast match.
Yeah. Have we seen any rounds above 1 minute? I don't believe so.
There was one when Noon had a good had a good thing going.
Wow, both players just speeding things up. Noon keeping that 3.5 PPS.
Yeah, error. Things a bit slow.
Slow, but still same APM as Noon. Honestly, he's just keeping his board a lot cleaner.
Yeah, he's thinking about the finishing combo, like how to extend his attacks.
Both have a relatively clean board with
Yeah.
Arrow back into his 2-7 stack.
His signature LSD stack.
However, hasn't seemed to be able to keep up a back-to-back chain. Noon is just applying a lot of pressure on Arrow.
Yeah, Noon does a good job surviving there, but this LST
TST
tower is gonna be enough. Noon with a 20 spike of his own.
Yep.
And a really clean board, but maybe doesn't have the eyepieces for it.
Arrow goes for an interesting donation, but I'm not sure how much that contributes to his down stack. Noon has a lot cleaner down stack, and
Yeah, and
this
I don't
might
think
be
Arrow
the
can
end of
clean-
Arrow.
Clean out this hole clean out his garbage hole, and Noon stops. Noon takes a third game. An error busting out the 5 PPS LST. Noon with a big combo of his own.
Yeah, Noon forced to speed up to 4.3 PPS just to
Yeah, wow,
survive.
these people are on fire.
Yeah, well, Era and Noon just definitely stepped up a level right there.
Yeah, both Arrow playing at 5 pieces at one point.
Oh, Noon with the clutch clear barely surviving. Does he have the pieces to get out? Finds the 6 combo, just
Yeah, he
barely
does.
surviving. Or
Oh, and
Era
Arrow
needs
with a
to
missed
find
drop.
the all spin to get out. Not too sure if he has it. He's pushed all the way to the top. Noon continuing the pressure, 160 APM.
Ooh, but he burns his eyepiece a bit late. And Noon, just like that.
Brings it back to 8-4.
Yeah, he's
Just
slowly making
5
a
more
comeback.
rounds. We might even have to see Era climbing his way up from the losers bracket if this continues.
Yeah, 5 more of these from Noon and that'll be reality.
It's definitely not easy to go 5 more, but it's not out of the question with what he's showing.
Yep, one round at a time.
Oh, but Era just finally manages to build up his back-to-back stacking. Up to 12 back-to-back. Does Noon have a response? He does not. Doesn't have to even send the search. Era fits the round and the match.
Yeah, that was a masterclass from Arrow, but it was good showing from Noon. They have another chance in the losers bracket. So we're gonna see him again soon.
Yeah, that was truly. That might have been the best match of the tournament so far. What a show from both of them. Sarah really just sped up the LSD. It's a hallmark of all the players. You should be able to LSD. China. Oh, it's so hot. Just 2-0, you know. Yeah. Size, go. Like, perfect. Please show we are ready. How should we try it? The next one only is control us last stumble. Yeah, I feel like you. Oh, you I very life very but something you already do feel like the man yeah. Really what? It's not like this it's like God like you know. Well, you no, we hasn't traced this is not. Any criteria? Yeah.
Mail, come back.
Oh, my
We need read donations.
to see that.
Read donations. You read this?
I guess out the donation money.
Do you understand the meaning of a donation? Do you know how to say it? Do you know the
All right, another donation from Lactose Enjoyer. Is he here today? I don't think so. Oh, he is. And his donation message is, "Let's go gambling."
Oh, dang it. Alright, our next match is Character versus Minori. These people have these players have played each other before. They've traded wins, but I'll say Minori is the player to watch in this matchup. Yeah, Kiara wrapping the TET NUS shirt.
Yep. Ah, interesting. No.
Hello?
But it's gonna be that annoying humming in the background, the reverb, right? Yeah. We didn't have that, right, around home?
It was like in and out.
Yes.
Just one pop out. Ring.
And here's the warm-up between Minori and Kiara.
Yeah, fun fact, I think Kiara has the edge in this matchup, but Minori has 7-0 swept him before, so this is one to watch out for.
Truly.
Speaking of 7-0, Minori has swept his way into top 8, so he's looking real good in this tournament.
Yep. Kiara might have the edge, but does he have the chrome? Hard to say. Great foresight from Minori going for that prophecy downstack.
Yeah, and that's gonna do it.
We just love to see those like cool count 4 TSDs that I think Diao and CZ like to use a lot. Hey, that's called prophecy, right? Forecast.
Yeah, Minori showing his prowess there. We're gonna need a bit more. We're gonna need a lot of that to take this match in a first to 9.
Both are X ranks, right? I believe.
Yes, but Minori is a bit inactive at the moment.
Yeah, from a previous generation. Just coming back to steal some money from New Noob. Okay, so we have a relatively clean start from both of these. Like, nobody's sent too high yet. Kiara with a big spike, 20, sends Minori to the top, but he has an answer for it. Doesn't quite get the right pieces for the downstack, but makes it work. Oh, never mind, I spoke too soon.
Minori a bit slow there, couldn't get to his eyepiece in time.
Kiara takes the first round. Minori honestly just unlucky with the pieces.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start from both of them. They can both playing much faster.
Is that the same opener but mirrored operator?
No, I think Kiara had a different overhang there. But, similar ideas.
But it seems Kiara is the one pushed all the way to the top. However, he does have a lot of clean garbage down there if he can get to it. Minori building up his back-to-back all the way to 10. Maybe forced to release it soon, and he does.
Yeah, Minori playing a lot faster this time. He's known for building these nice, clean combos. And we're gonna see a lot of them here.
Yeah, just some Ren gaming from Minori. Gets a 6 combo just to get out. Really good stuff, while Kiara has a few misdrops to fix. But he manages to get to the clean well all the same. Minari just a very principled player, just going for the counter force and keeping up his back-to-back. We see a lot of back-to-back of like 6 before breaking, which sends a bit of cheese to Kiara. What do you think about that? Do you think that's all part of Minari's strategy or what?
Yeah, I think Minori does try to send clean as much as possible, but he does have the combo knowledge to build that cheese when down stacking.
Interesting.
But he couldn't quite clean out the garbage this time.
It's an interesting match so far. Minori with a quick 18 spike and a 1 APP sends Kiara to the roof. Finally, we have a TKI from both sides, both opting for the Fonzie, same variation too, and they finally split. But both wards looking really close to similar, like really same.
Yeah, Kara built that giant LST and looks like Minori's gonna have a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, it was just a little bit macro difference. Minori just finds the counter spike to Kiara, and Kiara just has no answer. Oh, wait, Kiara won that round. My bad.
Ooh, dude, that was an identical opening if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, both are very
Yeah.
proficient in using the Fonzie LST.
Yeah, great minds think alike, as they say.
Well, Minori's built up a back-to-back of 9 already in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's still going.
Kiara just trying to micro his way out of
But that
here.
miss drop is gonna hurt him. But he does get out of his situation pretty quickly.
This might be the biggest back-to-back combo we've seen this tournament if it can keep up.
Yeah, and
But-
Minori's forced to break his surge right there. That was a wise decision. Which
Not-
does keep him alive and earn him the round.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for Kiara. He manages to survive the surge, but doesn't manage to survive the full up due to his misdrop. Yeah, both players just going for a C-spin start. Minori choosing to tank while Kiara just sends it.
Yeah, Minori gets the god garbage, and he does plan out his attack really well.
Both keeping up their back-to-back chains. Minori forced to break it and just has no answer for Kiara.
Yeah, slight hesitation from Minori there is gonna be the difference.
Honestly, both players seem to have a pretty good macro counter spike playstyle. It's just a matter of who does it better.
Yeah, Minori has really been getting lucky with this garbage positioning here.
Yeah, that's a really clean center well. If he can convert it into some attack, that could be a easy 20-30 spike. Unfortunately,
Yeah, his luck sort of kind of run out this round, but he's able to work his way around it.
yeah, he finds a good solution and gets to the clean. Honestly, we see a lot of clean from both sides. We got a clean battle on our hands. Great cancels from Kiara, just living, but can he live the follow-up? He does. 130 APM from both sides. Minori with a little bit of a difficult situation, but he skims his way out of it. No problem for the pro.
Yeah, he's been slowing down on the attack here, and this has given Kiara the opportunity to come back. But ooh, the
Fat
weird
misdrop from
James
Kiara.
drop from there. He's trying to skim the roof off his board there, but
Just doesn't find the eye spin. Not sure if he had one, honestly.
yeah, so they're pretty evenly matched here. Like, this has been going quite expected, if I have to say so myself.
Yeah, we see a lot of pauses from both players, just screen watching and like checking out the macro.
Yeah, Minori playing a bit slower, but less misdrops. Kiara on their hand.
Yeah, but Kiara has a really good well. In fact, both players have good wells, but I would say Kiara's is slightly better.
Yeah, but Minori with a nice combo right here.
Big misdrop from Kiara though, and Minori takes another round, tying things back up 4-4. It's been
Yeah,
a really back and forth match. Minori with a very interesting PCO solution goes into second PC and finds the quad PC, setting Kiara all the way to the top.
yeah, that was flashbacks of season 1 right there.
Whoa! We don't. That's like pure RNG with the the eyepiece third PC.
Yeah,
Extra
and
eye.
a misdraw from Kiara, denying him the TST, which allows Minori to blaze his way into another round.
Yeah, Minori just playing Blitz for the last 2 rounds. Looking like season 1. Yeah. But Kiara just keeping it principle. Unfortunately, doesn't get the Fonzie PC, but does have the attack to cancel.
Yeah, that
Minori's
was a good call. You know, changing to the eyepiece there so that he could survive.
Unfortunately, Kiara doesn't get the multiplier down stack he wanted to get, but does have enough attack to survive Minori's pressure.
Yeah, so good job from Kiara for keeping his cool there. Like, could be quite frustrating to lose to some opponents there, but 2 quick misdrops is gonna complicate his
Yeah, but
situation.
Kiara looks really cheesed up, and yeah, Minori takes another round. Ooh, just a lot of the all-spin pressure from Minori. He used a very interesting S-spin mini fix to fix his board.
Yeah, and Kiara with yet another misdrop.
Yeah, I don't think that's how the opening goes, but we should see if he can survive.
Yeah, he doesn't. And Minori is on match point. I would say this was unexpected, but this really is unexpected.
I still think it's fine. He may be able to lock in. Kiara going for the 2-7 stack. Just very principled LST. We love to see that. Fortunately, might have to go into SD stacking.
Yeah, I would say Kiara's biggest weakness in this matchup here is the number of missed drops. Like, it's really been slowing down his attacks and his survivability.
Honestly, well, it's too early to say. Kiara gets a really good 9-0 garbage well that he uses perfectly, but Minori just answers by cancelling. Finally, see a back-to-back chain by Kiara, who just breaks it, opting to go for the cleaner solution.
Yeah, Minori pushed all the way up without the T pieces for it, but he does find a good solve.
Yeah, but Minori just great at the Ren gaming, finding like downstacks to cancel Kiara's spikes. Like, despite Kiara like sending him up, his cancel while downstacking is just making Minori go lower.
But
each
Kiara
time.
with a STSD miss drop, this can be deadly.
Yeah.
Because he has to play this out.
Finds the solution though, but can he survive the second wave from Minori? He does, gets to the clean well, has plenty of garbage to survive.
Yeah, Kiara has really found his footing in this round here. And this is really what you need to survive the decider.
Still too early to say. Kiara opting for a very aggressive upstack.
Yeah, he's playing really well. He's playing really well here.
Yeah, so he's definitely fighting back instead of playing passively. Kiara goes for an interesting skim. Honestly slows down a lot, just intending to tank Minori's garbage.
But bit of a missed drop there, but quickly recovers. Minori is looking really clean.
Surprisingly, we've entered like a neutral position where like both players are just playing it really safe.
Yeah, and we're hitting the 2-minute mark, so these pieces are gonna fall a bit faster from this point forward.
Yeah, but mentally this should be a lot harder on Kiara considering Minori has a lot of extra lives while Kiara only has one.
Yeah, and really it's just a down stack battle here.
Yeah, but honestly, this is the longest round we've seen so far. 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the round. Kiara doing an amazing job surviving all the
But
attacks.
Minori with lots of holes in his board.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, and Kiara manages to fight back.
Yep. Minori's just looking like a 100-line cheese race. Very hard to deal with.
Yeah, so I'd say the Kiara has to play a bit more carefully in the opener here because he cannot, afford another cheese opening. Minori perhaps tries to pull his surprises.
I think Kiara is less focused on like sending fast openings and more focused on just like not misdropping because he realized Minori is actually sending a ton of like clean every time in the opening.
Yeah, and he does a good job cutting on that, dropping that combo early, which allows him to survive, which is crucial in this round.
Kiara
Yeah, and he's managed to stabilize as well.
And Kiara enters a 2-7 stack. Unfortunately, has slightly bad like T parity. Cannot continue his LST. Oh, I can't. This is super tense.
Yeah,
honestly.
this is really scary. Minori with a bit of parity issue here. He's burned all his T pieces. Yeah, and he
Minori
gets,
sent all the way to the top. Doesn't have a solution.
yeah, and he gets stuck for a bit too long, which lets Kiara capitalize.
Now the question is, will Kiara and Minori end this on 6-9 or will we see a
Yeah, will the match
match
continue?
point tiebreaker?
Yeah, Minori with the god garbage. Kiara ready to counter, but unfortunately that's not gonna be enough. And Minori takes it yet again.
Ends it on the funny number. Can we get a round of applause? We really got a round of applause for that. Alright, we'll be reading more donation messages. Are we?
Do we have more donation messages?
Our next donation message is from Wet math. And his donation message is Sagex, which also means gay sex. I can't believe you guys just ended on 6-9.
Yeah.
Alright, next up we have a very exciting match. Limsey versus Chisana, aka Lilith.
Yeah, and this will be top 8 losers. So the loser of this match will be eliminated.
Yep, our first elimination match of the day.
Okay, Meow, do you know anything about these two players? Because I sure don't.
Well, Chisana loves his all spins for sure. Loves his like cheesy plonk playstyle, or I guess Limsey is more focused on upstacking.
Yeah,
So we got a upstack versus downstack battle.
yeah, from yesterday, he really does love pressing his buttons.
Yep. Limsey just pulling out the 3 PPS, but Chisana just keeping things up.
Yeah, Chisana was pushed up really high for a moment there, but he is able to keep his composure.
Yeah, you can see there's a clear speed difference, but honestly, Chisana takes the first round despite the warm-up round, despite the speed difference, which really goes to show the difference in playstyle.
Yeah, Chisana was able to handle pressure right there. And that was gonna be that was the difference.
Honestly, personally, from facing Chisana, he's a really cheesy player. I hate playing against him. So yeah, we got the Stride versus Plonk match going on.
Right, and immediately can hear me tapping on his keyboard.
Yep. Chisana with the 13 spike, Limsey just finds his way down, but Chisana is just in a great position to accept any garbage. We might see a lot more back-to-back soon because he does love his all spins.
Yeah, you can see a lot of variety coming out from Chisana with the all spins, while Limsey is sticking to a traditional, TSD spamming playstyle.
Yeah, so I think the key difference will be Limsey will try to pressure Chisana out while Chisana tries to live while sending cheesy all-spin attacks and building back-to-back.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the key in this matchup here.
And the question is who adapts first? A little bit of a technical issue, but it should be solved soon.
Okay, Limsey with a bit of a laptop issue here. We'll be back in a moment.
Yep, we will be back in a moment.
Okay, and control has been restored. Luckily the match hasn't progressed too far. So I guess they're just gonna play it out.
Opting not to go for the PC solve that he had. Instead goes for... Oh wait, sorry, Chisana goes for the all spins.
Yeah, so you are going to see this surge difference with Hisana able to build up his back-to-back, while Limsey just focusing on raw pressure.
And honestly, knowing Chisana, he might not even build his back-to-back too high.
Yeah,
Instead-
not with that many misdrops from Limsey. He doesn't need to.
Honestly, Chisana might be opting to just like build up like 4, 6, like 8 back-to-back and just sending it off because back-to-back just sends a lot of cheese when it's like smaller bounds. Well,
Yeah, but Hisana's struggling a bit there, but it is gonna work out for him.
both players honestly in 2-7 stack. Chisana with a slightly better stack and has access to the well. Might top Limsey out here if he's able to send enough attack. Instead, nope. Goes for the Z-spin single, which doesn't send much instead. Now it's Limsey who has the access to garbage, while Chisana just doing more all spins at the top of the board.
Yeah, some really creative spins from Hisana here that Limsey isn't even going for. Yeah, and Limsey struggling a bit there, but does manage to get out of the situation.
Yeah,
Opts not to greed the TSD, which turns out to be the wise decision as Liv has a bit of an issue on the top of his board.
honestly, playing against Chisana feels less about like you don't feel the pressure. You feel like suffocated from all the cheese it sends. So I think Limsey was, if he does a good job countering Chisana's cheese, it might be a great adaptation.
Yeah, and you are seeing this APM difference between the two. Limsey is really just focusing on all-out attacks, and this might be good enough. But Liv with a crazy ice spin there, that was pretty cool.
Unfortunately, Limsey just with the misdrops is unable to keep up with Chisana's spike.
Yeah, Limsey turning up the pressure here as he goes for a 4 PPS attack. It's a questionable IP's position, but Liv does get access to his well and drops 2 quick IPs into it.
Honestly, it's interesting that Chisana is the one cheesed up now. Because Limsey just been sending a lot of multiplier down stacks. Like Ren Gaming. Honestly, Limsey slowing down a lot while Chisana actually being the one pushing 2.4 PPS.
But
Both
questionable eyepiece placement from Chisana. Ooh, and he gets stuck on rotating the eyepiece. Yeah, that's a really annoying quirk of Tetris because the eyepiece is not symmetrical, so it's right biased. So you really have to be careful when placing on the first column.
Honestly, I think Limsey is finding the right adaptation, slowing down his gameplay a little bit more from the pure strike we saw earlier to just counter like Chisana's cheese.
Yeah. See, Chisana delaying a bit to make sure the eyepiece goes in the exact position he wants it, which allows him to survive this wave of attack from Limsey.
Preferably, Chisana just wants to be like low on the board where he can build up his all spin, or he wants to be high up on the board where he has a lot of clean to work with. So if Limsey keeps him in between, where like doesn't have the cleanest garbage, but isn't like so low that he can just keep up his all spins, it'll be it will push Chisana to the ropes. Like right now,
Yeah, but Liv is doing a good job down stacking here. And he does build a few spins on top of it. He's thinking about a few more spins, but in the time he took to consider the combo, Limsey takes him out. He have a bit of a slow start from Chisana there. Which lets Limsey power through all this garbage. Ooh, but a questionable misdrop.
honestly, both sides are. Oh, Chisana now just looking a bit pressured, while Limsey is just trying to send a bit of cheese, which Chisana sends all the way back.
Yeah, but a good garbage spawn player from Limsey, but these misdrops aren't gonna help him.
Honestly, we don't have the cleanest board from. It could go either way.
Yeah, but some good placements from Limsey is gonna let him survive this attack.
Yeah, we're generally seeing a lot of cheese from both sides. Not the most efficient gaming, but definitely a lot of cheese.
Yeah, Limsey building up that pressure. But Chisana's done a good job tanking it and working his way over it. Ooh. A lot of clean from Limsey's side, and that's gonna do it, and he ties it up.
Yeah, Limsey just got a clean garbage wall and managed to pressure Chisana out with a clean spike.
Yeah, Chisana a bit of indecision there. You can see him like trying to rotate the J piece.
But he's comfortably alive with a lot of clean garbage. Limsey just unable to like top him out in time.
Yeah, but Limsey does manage to survive with one row remaining, and he is able to find this down stack. Ooh. A bit of a
Yeah,
unlucky
hard to say.
placements. Unlucky placement. He needed the L there, and he didn't quite get it.
Honestly, I think what's needed is to first cheese up Chisana and then just send a big spike after. But it's just really hard to pull off.
Yeah, speaking of, yeah, you can see Chisana working his way through this messy board here. His knowledge of the all spin has really helped him in getting out of these sticky situations.
Honestly, one thing I've noticed is that Chisana is actually the one building up all the back-to-back despite Limsey being the stride upstack player. Just a lot of cheese from Chisana's side just prevents Limsey from building up any form of back-to-back, like meaningful back-to-back.
Yeah, and
Well,
a lot of questionable placements there. He is able to survive this.
Yeah, great dig from Limsey. It shows how good their fundamentals are.
Yeah, Chisana with the all spin knowledge has allowed him to make his way out of these super cheesy situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it awards him the round.
I think the main reason Chisana is taking the lead is just he's preventing Limsey from building up any meaningful back-to-backs like chains.
Yeah, the missed drops don't help either.
But Limsey just decides I'm gonna plow through all your cheese with my own LST stack. Unfortunately, you might have to break it here. Yep. But Chisana he's just stuck with a lot of clean
Yeah,
from
and
Limsey.
3 quick attacks from Limsey, but amazing survival from Chisana and a good counter attack.
Well, I don't think that's how the TST goes, but Limsey seems to capitalize on Chisana's misdrops and brings it up to 7-5.
Yeah, and a 150 APM round from Limsey. I think that's a more typical round than you'd expect from him.
Yeah, but I think the main reason he won that was just because Chisana misdropped. Oh, Limsey he just decides, I'm gonna LST every round, what can you do about it?
Yeah, and he got a bit dangerously close to death there. Luckily, just make it out.
And it seems like if you LST hard enough, there's nothing you can do about it. Well, Shisana just clings on to the skin of his teeth, bringing things up to 7-6. Limsey just applying too much pressure if the LST start.
Yeah, this is the kind of momentum that you need, right? Like you find a good round and you continue to build on it. It does add up.
Oh, Limsey with a lot of interesting fixes.
Yeah, he tries a
Turns.
DT cannon, but doesn't work out in his favor, and we're at match point.
Yeah, I'm surprised it turned out into a DT cannon, considering how bad those misdrops were.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, doesn't find the second T-spin triple follow up.
Yeah, so he built up a good combo there, but he decides to break his surge.
Oh, hard to say. He needs IPs fast, and I'm not sure if Limsey will be able to get it. He gets it, luckily. Just speeds through his 7 backs, like so fast.
Yeah, but he is at a 10 combo deficit.
Yeah,
Sana
Chisana
drops his combo.
he's got a also. Do you see that 18 spike from Chisana?
Yeah, but it was a piece. He was just one piece short, and Limsey does survive this wave.
Specifically, it was crazy how much cheese that 18 spike sent from Chisana.
Yeah, Limsey's clean now, but so is Chisana. Ooh, and it's planning a huge attack, but doesn't quite get anything out of it.
Chisana just counts the fall, breaks the back-to-back, and just trying to find a way out. But Limsey is in a much more comfortable position. Yeah, Chisana definitely has a lot more digging to do.
Yeah, so Limsey bringing it back. We might be seeing a tiebreaker here.
I think one adaptation Chisana's made throughout this match is he's starting to power stack above like the clean garbage that Limsey sends.
Yeah,
and just
definitely.
counter spikes hard.
Ooh, but a good.
21 spike from Chisana, then Limsey just casually shrugs off. That is entire board's worth of garbage.
Yeah, these two players really just ignored each other's attack. Limsey had a huge 20 spike, 20 perfect clear spike at the start.
Yeah, Limsey definitely incorporating some macro into his gameplay. Just to cancel all the cheese Chisana is sending. Chisana.
Yeah, Limsey wisely goes for a few burns there, but that misdrop is gonna cost him.
Yeah.
And Sana takes it. Just real close.
Chisana just like switching from pure like cheese back to back to like pressuring it, and the tempo just changed too much. He didn't even have to send the 14 back to back surge to kill. Great round, great gameplay from both sides.
It feels like shit to play Chisana.
My screen bigger. Okay, so this is top three, right? So we'll play this. We'll play these groups.
Okay, so I'm playing.
You play losers quarters. Yep.
Scary.
Yep. Would you rather you play already then you warm up or like you play then you take a break? Chill.
Better to just play it.
Like while you're hot.
While you're hot. After you play,
Some people like to like relax first.
sometimes I think they hard back. 1 to 9 is not much. It's very short. It's really 10 minutes of finish.
Yep. It's just like error.
Oh my god. It feels terrible. Just get knocked out by bad sanctions. Bro. Oh, worship. I don't know from such technology. Oh my god, it's so
What?
Oh, microwave oven versus interest. That's interesting, man. Hmm. Welcome back, everybody. We got another interesting match for us: microwave oven versus interest.
Yeah, microwave oven having the run of his life here. And
Yeah.
Interest, a bit of a shaky run so far.
Is Microwave Oven a U rank?
Yes, he
Well, he's
is.
definitely not playing like a U rank.
Yeah, he doesn't have good pieces and he just throws in the towel.
Yeah, but Interest just. He might be a little washed, but he is still a strong competitor.
Yeah, he's looking a lot better today than from what we've seen yesterday.
Yep.
Maybe acclimatization to the environment or having a bit more practice. Yeah, so the storyline here is Mario Oven looking to extend his run while Interest looking to claw his way into the higher placements.
Yeah, wow. And honestly, Interest showing us a lot stronger skill than we saw yesterday.
Okay, a bit of a pause there. Not sure if it's a tactical move, but Mario Oven did take the bait.
Wow, that's not the cleanest stack we see from Microwave Oven.
Yeah, and he burns his eyepiece, but he does have a solve right at the moment, but for how long?
Yeah, Interest just free to build up his back-to-back. Doesn't even have to send the surge to top Microwave Oven out. Oh, wow. What do you think Microwave Oven's win condition is?
Yeah, from what I've seen, he does have a super extended opener, so if he does carry those out to completion,
But that is
there are a few rounds in his bag.
not the
Oh, but
greatest
two-
part.
you said that was like two old holes that he probably fills up, but that's not gonna matter. It's like two like
Yeah.
drops in.
Big misdrops from Microwave Oven.
Yeah, so Interest is playing a lot better today, and that's not good news if for any Microwave Oven fans here. Which there are quite a few from the predictions that we opened up yesterday. Yeah, so that series of missed drop is gonna give Microwave Oven his first round.
But this is Tetris. There are no such thing as misdrops, only complicated T-spin setups. Well, Interest doesn't opt for that T-spin, which is an interesting decision. And Microwave Oven finally getting into his tempo or groove, as they say.
Yeah, he is playing at a much steadier pace at less than 3 PPS, but he is able to keep up. Yes, he gets this nice down stack here.
Yeah, nice 17 spike.
Yeah, which he quickly pulls out with a 13 spike. But Interest is able to handle it quite nicely.
Yeah, honestly, Interest with a really clean garbage. Well, just stacks up the LST in the 5-4 stack.
Yeah, really good showing from Microwave Oven here. Able to keep it. To go head to head with Interest.
That might be a costly misdrop. Oh, good for Microwave Oven. He finds a survival, but can he like live? Yes, he does.
Ooh, that's good decision making from Microwave Oven here.
Fortunately, Interest just did not have enough pressure to top out the Microwave Oven, and Microwave Oven just finds his way all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, unfortunately he's run out of ammo here, which does allow Interest to make his way back down.
Yeah, quite close to neutral territory, but Interest is now the one with the big well to work with.
Yeah, and his PB advantage means that he will be the one dictating the pressure on Microwave Oven.
One thing I've noticed is Interest isn't like a pure back-to-back stacker. We see a lot of power stacking from Interest, which actually sends a ton of cheese besides clean.
Yeah, but this quick 19 spike from Oven is going to give Interest a bit of problems.
Which is completely fine because he had the cancels for it. Now, Microwave Oven, wow, manages to top out Interest.
Yeah, he follows up with another 14 spike. And he ties it up.
Oh, the quick stick spin from Interest, sending Microwave all the way to the top. I'm not sure if he has a response. Well, yeah. Interest just ramps up the pressure.
Yeah,
topping
4
Microwave.
PPS, 160 APM showing from Interest.
Both opting for a PCO. In fact, Interest finding the 2-line, but well, just misdrops it.
Yeah, both of them find a double PC there. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we are in season 2, so perfect clears are slightly less valuable than they used to be, to say the least.
Great donation from Interest. Just gets access to the well. Ramps up the pressure and wow. Sends 11. Oh, now we have a 7 back to back, 8 back to back from Interest. Microwave trying to find a down stack. Gets it. Gets the 9 combo.
Yeah, and he prepares sufficiently for that surge attack. Ooh, but an I miss drop is gonna
Yeah, but
complicate
Microwave
board a
definitely has
bit.
some digging to do. While Interest is just trying to get a clean board to make his pressure.
Yeah, the nerves are really coming out for Michael. He's playing a bit faster, maybe out of necessity, but that does translate to a bit more misdrops on his end.
Honestly, 1 minute feeling like a pretty long round, considering how fast these players are
Yeah,
playing.
and he misdrops the J there, which blocks the T spin, and it's gonna cost him the round.
Oh, interesting start from both players.
Yeah, Microwave the signature floating into a huge down stack, into potentially do a potential follow up. But Interest is ready for it.
Yeah, Interest definitely the stridier player,
Oh,
but Interest with the 8 back to back and just sends it off, punishing Microwave Oven. But he just barely survives. What a clutch clear.
yeah, that's a really clutch gameplay from Microwave. And he was
Wow.
able to survive the whole situation.
And now Microwave Oven is the one with the clean stack, while Interest gets the 9-0 garbage, which is actually perfect.
Yeah, and he's a bit and he misholds the eye, and that's gonna be the round.
Yep, nothing you can do there.
Yeah, it's really this speed difference which is really affecting Microwave. Like you gotta play a bit faster to keep up your opponent, but at the same time, if you're not used to the speed, you are gonna have these misdrops and misholds. And I say that Microwave Oven misdrops his Z, and he's found himself in a tough situation here.
Yeah, but he does have the T-spin Tetris.
Yeah,
But Interest
Interest
has
has
he power stacked all the way up and has a lot of clean garbage to work with. Unfortunately for Interest, he misdrops the eyepiece, I believe. Which lets Microwave Oven just put up the pressure. While Microwave Oven has a lot of digging to do. While, yeah, Interest is just able to pressure Microwave Oven out. Truly resembling like Season 1 Firestorm over here.
Yeah, Microwave has really been using the exact same opener for all these rounds here. Maybe he's been practicing this extension.
We see, I believe, a TST tower attempt from Microwave Oven.
But he doesn't have the
Unfortunately.
overhang. Yeah, and that's gonna cost him.
Yeah. TST tower is just super hard to pull off unless your name is Westel.
Yeah, that definitely was a high risk, high reward move, and unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end.
Yeah. Microwave Oven just
Yeah.
power stacking. Honestly, not the cleanest power stack, but he makes it work. While Interest has actually quite a bit of cheese on his board. Might have to downstack, and yep, spoke too soon. He downstacks all the way close to the bottom. Wow, honestly, this is a little bit of a cheese battle from both sides. You definitely see a lot of multiplier extensions from both sides. Combo extensions.
Okay, yeah. Microwave Oven has been the one doing the down stacking in this matchup.
Yeah, despite not seeing much back-to-back, we're still seeing these two pros just stick to the fundamentals and send like 12, 13, 14 spikes despite not using like quads or T-spins. Well, and Microwave Oven in a top position just doesn't get the pieces he wants.
Yeah, his IP is a bit late, but he does manage to get it in time, and he finds a 15 spike for his troubles.
Well, Interest just finds the S prop and just
Yeah, and
puts up a lot of
Microwave Oven with a really clutch T spin there. That could have been the deciding factor to his survival.
Honestly, we're entering the 1 minute 30-second march.
Yeah, and Interest hasn't been able to find the attack to doing Microwave, and as I say that, he brings it to match point.
Yeah, I honestly think these longer matches just favor Interest because Microwave Oven, he's just dead with one miss drop. Or Interest, honestly, he can just stride his way out of it pretty easily.
Interest busting out the 4.2 PPS opener.
Yeah,
And
Microwave
Microwave struggling to keep up.
just
And
doesn't get the right pieces.
yeah, that's gonna be it. That was a valiant attempt from Microwave Oven, but unfortunately, Interest is gonna take it.
Yeah, definitely a good show from both players. I think Interest identified his win condition was just put up enough pressure for long enough and they will crumble.
That's just how the money was. Serious. With this crazy holiday forecast. I think you're going to be next. She's son. China. And yeah, but he ironed it so hard that one. Oh, like yeah, I know it. That was a point. 记得有什么契机？背好了吗？
You-
I saw it.
Yeah. I need to read. I need to read.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, this is Oven's donation.
Oh hell!
I'll read it. I'll read it. I'll read this.
Yeah, this is your GPS is this one of the ones I'll just find my GPS. Or my GPS hostage. So maybe message I was on the iron. Just send him like text good night. Well, it's Saturday, so don't really. Confidence and finding your code is something.
What do you think? Do you think? You think there'll be a rematch?
Hopefully, Karata can your redemption against the
No, it's up like two. Like the set count is 2-1.
Karata. Okay, if error beats, really. No, then if error beats, Karata gets the player.
Yep. Assuming he wins as well. Canada needs to win here and then win again.
Yeah, hopefully I'll. You'll be content.
Yeah. The rivalry.
Not a painful match to watch.
We need to read the donation.
Oh, we're reading out more donations with operator.
Alright, in honor of Microwave Oven's run, here's his donation message. Chicken jockey, the nether, the nether, the nether. Water bucket, release! Flint and steel. Chicken jockey, I am Steve. This is a crafting table. Ender pearl. I've had a pretty interesting day. Are you sure? Pretty sure. To trash bang the space. Where is Omni-Man? Cecil! I need you, Cecil! I made a mistake. A mistake? Alright, hope you enjoyed that. And now back to the match.
I've been mentally destroyed from that donation message. And we have another match between Chisana and Kiara. Is this losers or winners?
Yes. We are in losers quarterfinals. This loser gets 5th place, winner moves on. So Kiara took a beating from Minori earlier. He's looking for a potential rematch. While Chisana is looking to extend his win streak here in losers.
Getting to the gameplay. Oh, Chisana with a quick 7 back to back. Tries, honestly, that's a pretty weird solution, but he finds it. 12 back to back.
Yeah, Chisana really showing his proficiency in extending these B2B chains without the presence of T pieces.
Not sure if he's playing quick play or TL here.
Yeah, but that back-to-back really doesn't matter if you're a bit stuck, but he builds a big enough combo to take out character in the warm-up.
Yeah, he could be honestly playing the Warlock here instead of TL. Oh wait, this is not even TL, this is a tournament. My bad. Anyways, quick first round. And we are off.
Alright, if you were a gambling man, Meow, who would you put your money on?
I will put my money on myself because I think I can beat Chisana.
Alright, here's an interesting stat. I've not beaten Kiara in ranked, but I've not lost to Chisana in ranked either. So let's see if the narrative will change or if things will stay the same.
Oh, and Chisana deciding to cheese up Kiara with his center 4 wide. Gets the good garbage too.
Yeah, let's see if we can end the combo.
Whoa,
And he does, but Kiara gets a really lucky garbage spawn, which allows him to build his own combo.
Honestly, I have no idea how Chisana managed to send that center 4 wide and end up with clean for Kiara.
Yeah, that really was a bad RNG on Chisana's side. Yeah, Kiara answers with his own side 4 wide.
Well, Chisana just goes for the SC reduction.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite have the L piece that he wants, but
Yeah, Kiara not really getting too much out of that 4 wide there. Chisana not playing along with his games.
and Kiara already with the first bit of cheese on his board. Lots of cheese. Well, Chisana just has all clean, but I'm not sure if Chisana is able to pressure Kiara to the top.
Yo.
I take it back, he is. Chisana finally gets on the leaderboard with 1 round to his name.
Yeah, so far Fora has 100% losing rate here. So we'll see if they decide to pull it out again.
Yeah, but big misdrops on both sides, honestly.
Yeah, Cal with a really weird TST style. I don't think that works.
Yeah, well, Chisana, despite having a shit board, just turns it into 5 combo downstack out of nowhere. Kiara finds the SZ reduction to save his board state, while Chisana just manages to get to the clean. No problemo.
Yeah, Cal with a nice back-to-back here, and he releases it.
But generally can't tell whether we are seeing X-Rank gameplay or SS with the 40 APM we saw on Chisana's board.
Yeah,
Close to 1 minute in.
Yeah, really uncharacteristic from Chisana here. But, you know, at the end of the day, none of this matters. All that matters is that you get the victory screen on your side.
Yeah, the winner chicken dinner, some might call it.
So Chisana has to play it carefully here. But he doesn't have the eyepiece, and he's gonna take the L for that.
I think Chisana might be typing in chat. Never mind. Just decides to go slow. Big misdrops from Kiara though. I'm not sure. This could just turn into like cheese.
Oh yeah. And Chisana does manage to capitalize.
Yeah, Chisana just builds up the back-to-back and his signature, not sending the surge. Honestly, I don't think Chisana sends the surge that he builds up, I've noticed.
Yeah, Kiara, with a lot of missed drops here, it's really up to Chisana to make use of these opportunities given to him.
Yep, 19 spike from Chisana, which turned out to be mostly cheese. Oh, truly Chisana. Oh, we have some like SS stacking, I believe. Oh, that definitely looks like a SS stack.
Chisana was planting a tree there.
Great fractal from Kiara though, but I'm not sure if he gets all the T pieces he needs.
Ooh, and he gets a good downtime, and he's still going.
Honestly, great macro from Chisana who manages to survive all of that, and Kiara misdrops hard after, but cleans it all up with a 5 combo multiplier quad.
Yeah, so Kiara is playing at a over 1 PPS difference. So Chisana really needs to...
Yeah, over 1 PPS difference, and Chisana is the one sending more lines. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Chisana's at a 17 combo, which Kiara does survive. That was a... I think he was intentionally waiting out the surge there. And that looks like a payoff in Kiara's favor.
Unfortunately for Chisana, Z-spin triples do not send many lines. They are in fact minis. We see a Fonzie versus Reliable battle between the two. Unfortunately, Kiara doesn't go down the right route, but still cleans it up. Gets a 9-0 garbage well that he can use pretty nicely. And Chisana just building up his cheesy back-to-back, has forced to break it due to Kiara's pressure. Kiara's just keeping a nice low board, tanking all of like Chisana's cheese and just sending it back.
Yeah, Chisana can't really find anything here. He's really focusing on surviving Kiara's attacks, which doesn't really... Ooh, as I say that, Kiara in a bit going to a bit of a situation.
Yeah, Chisana just catching up. DT cannon from Kiara. We don't see that too often in like X rank. Wow.
Yeah, but it looks like it's gonna pay off as Chisana couldn't skim off the missed drops right there.
True, true. DT cannon might not be optimal, but it's definitely better than misdropping the opener.
Yeah, Kiara opts to slow down on the opener to type in chat. Maybe a show of confidence. Yeah,
Honestly,
and
with the PPS, with the PPS difference, he can definitely afford to type in chat while like playing. Oh well, we see very interesting starts from both players. Shisana just skimming his way down, you know, just not applying too much pressure, but not being in a dangerous situation either.
yeah, but some indecision there from Chisana is gonna give Kiara the ability to push his advantage, his overwhelming advantage.
Yeah, but he just times the 15, like the survival really well.
Yeah, this down stacking from Chisana really isn't going anywhere because Kiara is able to keep up the pressure, you know, like after you clear, after you down stack, then you find yourself down stack yet again, and at an infinite loop. Yeah, and this crazy pressure is gonna top out Chisana as he stalls out his inevitable death.
Yeah, honestly, I was gonna ask what adaptation Kiara might be like making, but I don't think he even needs to adapt if Chisana keeps
Yeah, just
misdropping.
playing a bit faster, playing a bit cleaner. That's that's all you need to
Like here we go
get
again,
W
another
here.
misdrop from Chisana that may be costly, but luckily Kiara doesn't find the punish just yet. Honestly, we see Kiara just starting to incorporate more all spins to like clean up his board.
Yeah, and Kira really finding his stride here as Chisana doesn't have the answer for it.
Now the
And he'll
question is, will Chisana get at least 3 more rounds so we can end this on 6-9 again?
not sure what Kira is up to. He's playing uncharacteristically slow. Maybe trying to
I think he's just screen watching Chisana's screen just to
Yes,
see what
possible.
he's up to. Or Chisana with the 8 back-to-back sends Kiara all the way to the top and bringing it to 4-8.
Yeah, some signs of life from Chisana here.
Just 2 more to get to 6-9.
Or he might bring it all the way back, you know. It's too early to say.
True, 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 but it isn't the easiest to like bring it all the way back from match point when you're like at least 4 rounds down.
Yeah, but take it one round at a time, as I say.
This is an elimination match, right? I
Yes,
believe.
that's right. Loser will be eliminated in 5th place, while the winner gets to move on.
Hmm?
Ooh, some
Watch.
Ren gaming from Kiara. And Liv, he knows he's done, he's stalling it out. And that will be the game.
Yeah, just tried finding that S-spin triple, but couldn't find it. Great match from both of them.
It's not ending and then suddenly, got one thing.
You just gotta go double it and give it the next
Okay.
person.
I think we're done with donation messages.
Are we done with
I
donation?
think Noob has donation message just H. I don't think. Noob didn't. Do you know the H?
Glitch?
H.
Like the emote?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanna put it.
Yeah. I think that is Noob's message. You guys see it?
Say hitch?
Yeah. In like as theatrically as possible.
This hitch? Oh shit, it's not loading.
No, it's blocked or the CDN is blocked on Angus Wi-Fi. I'll see. Wait, where do you post it?
General? This hitch.
Yeah. Say it as dramatically as possible.
Alright, we'll be reading out more donations. Can I see the next donation?
He's done. Okay, here. Just H from New York.
We have another donation from New Noob. And the donation message is Hitch.
Yes, words of wisdom.
Truly words of wisdom. Could be the meaning of life in here. We do not know.
Beautiful.
And I believe that is it.
Alright, let me confirm. No, it's more, it's more.
Oh, never mind. We have another donation message from Minori. The donation message is all in on Kiara Kuta.
That's diabolical coming from him. But we'll see.
Truly, I
see.
would also put all my money on Kiara. Wise words from Minori. Anyways, next up we have an interesting battle. Noon versus Interest. Interest being forced to play like 2 rounds in a row.
Speaking of Kiara, we've got a donation from him. Sis?
The donation message from Kiara goes, sorry for procrastinating the donation.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the donation. Who was it? Minori?
Kiara.
Kiara. Interest is your second match in a row, right? No man? Oh, wait, then who did Chisana face? What?
Kiara.
Oh, really? Yeah. All the pros are mixing into my head.
Wait, what's happening?
And we are off, starting the warm-ups between Interest and Noon. Honestly, who do you have your money on, operator?
Yeah, these two, I wouldn't expect to see them in the losers bracket, but here we are. So I'd say Noon has been a bit more consistent this tournament, but Interest has been making his way back.
Yeah.
So from that opening, I would put my money on Noon, to be honest.
Really? How much? No, I'm kidding. Oh, we had some technical difficulties from Interest. And we are off. Interest starting with a quick SDPC.
Noon starting with some misdrop opening.
Honestly, we've seen this variation of the SDPC, I believe the Mac float variation, get really popular in season 2. We used to never see that in season 1.
The SDTC has been really popular in season 2 because not only can you preserve your back-to-back, there are some you can extend your uh your back-to-back with a few S spins in the sequence as well.
Yeah, but you're just topping Interest out with his LSD stack, I believe.
Noon timing that Tetris there. Not sure if it makes a difference.
Yeah, just two striders going all out. Super fun to watch.
Yeah, really, just clean gameplay here. Nothing too crazy. Boards looking super sterile and you know well managed.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that we haven't seen many misdrops from either players just yet.
Yeah,
Just
interest goes all in on that TST, but couldn't quite pull it off in time.
yeah, no major misdrops, just pure stride. New going for my favorite variation of the flat top.
Interest with the stick, I believe.
I think that was a STPC.
Okay, and he's still continuing the opener, but he's run out of T pieces. Oh, he gets it. He's
Okay.
still going. This opener has been active for at least 15 minutes, and he drops a quick 20 spike.
Honestly, I think Interest exited the opener and just went purely freestyle from then on. What a great STMB cave to spike Noon out. We see a right side DT cannon from Interest. You don't usually see that unless you're Firestorm.
That is a really clean way into a 4 wide, so maybe that was what he's looking for. Ooh, but really weird eye placement from Interest.
No, it looks just like a misdrop. But I think we're seeing a new side of Interest that we hadn't seen before, which is the 6-3 stride that he's starting to pull out these rounds. However, Noon just shrugs it off, no problem.
Yeah, I think APM and PPS wise, these two are pretty evenly matched. I think it will come down to who finds the better combo and who keeps it together longer.
Yeah, but Interest definitely putting the pedal on the metal and just going a lot faster and pressuring Noon. But Noon's like, nah, you're not pressuring me. 4 PPS.
Yeah, Noon with the fractal, and he sets up another one, and he dropped his surge, and that's gonna be enough.
Yeah,
Noon answers with his own 4 PPS attack.
yeah, Noon just showing off their 5-4 stacking knowledge. It's a really clean 5-4 freestyle board. Both players go into PCO, I believe. Just different variations of PCO. But Interest is the one that ends up with a clean board, though Noon just shrugs it off, no problem.
Yeah, so super clean for both players here. Managing to build their back-to-backs. But Noon's forced to drop it, and we're gonna see if Interest managed to get a large enough spike. But it looks like it isn't big enough, as Noon survives without a problem.
Honestly, one difference I see between these two players is just the usage of different techniques. Like Interest really goes for those STMB caves as well as the S props, while Noon just prefers purely down stacking or up stacking, sticking to the good fundamentals.
Yeah, and Noon is just power stacking here, hoping to find a good combo, but doesn't quite get it. He's
Yeah.
up a bit high, and unfortunately the eyepiece is one too late, and that's gonna cost him the round.
Yeah, just a slight hesitation from Noon just cost him that round. Not he could possibly have cancel Interest attack. Well, big misdrop from Noon, but it's too early to see whether it'll cost him.
Oh, but that miss drop is gonna do it.
Yep,
And he just-
subsequent
He
misdrops.
just gives up. You know-
Nothing much more you can do there if you're Noon.
Yeah, what do you feel about stalling? Like, do you think it's a good opportunity for you to catch your breath, or just want to get into the next match to keep up your momentum?
I think the moment you're like completely dead, you just gotta be like accept it and just reset your mental, while your opponent, who hopefully hasn't noticed it, just keeps striding for no reason.
Hmm, I like that take. Yeah, and it looks like it works out. Noon answers right back.
Yeah, big stack from Noon, and honestly, I love the way he went for that offset card copy despite wasting the T. We got an interesting 6-3 start from Interest. I believe this is pure freestyle. Well, Noon went for the, I believe, MKO. Slight misdrop from Interest, but he cleans it up, no problem. It's Noon's board that you should be watching out for.
Yeah, he's super cheesed up here, and he's burned most of his good pieces.
He might find a dig here, though. Just barely doesn't find it. Interest takes the round. 6-4. Honestly, these two players just completely putting on a show. I think this will be about less about who can like pull off the most amazing things, more like who can keep up their focus.
Yeah, and a few misdraws from Interest here at the top. He's gonna have to play his cards correctly here. Unfortunately, he's a bit too slow on the down stack.
Yeah, Noon just punishing with the simple Tetris quad.
Yeah, so Noon has been keeping it close, right? He's not letting Interest run away with a lead here, and I don't think the lead has extended beyond 2 for this entire match.
Yeah, but we've got an exciting 6-7 battle, and Noon decides to freestyle more while Interest sticks to the 2-7 stack.
Yeah, Interest forced to drop his surge there just to survive Noon's attack.
Yeah, but both players are just going all out, both with amazingly clean wells. And we're honestly a little bit back to neutral. New taking a slight pause just to screen watch, but I don't think there was much hesitation, just pure decision making.
Yeah, so these two are quite evenly matched at the moment. I think a giant combo or like some key misdrop is gonna be the deciding factor.
Yeah, but it's pretty insane how much these two have ramped things up. 190 APM from Interest and 160 APM for Noon.
Yeah,
Unfortunately-
Interest
Yeah.
finds him a bit of trouble and Noon ties it up.
Yeah, it was definitely hard to keep up that APM and PPS pressure from both sides. Wow. Excitingly, both players are just going all out at the moment. It's just whoever breaks concentration first.
Yeah, it's been really high APM gameplay that you love to see.
Yeah. Super high octane gameplay.
Yeah, Noon taking a while to consider down stack. Made a good decision repositioning the T there. Interest on the other hand, thinking about his extension. Fires off a quick TSD Tetris.
Yeah, I think but Noon is better positioned to continue his pressure. And
Yeah,
the
both of
2-7
them with
stack.
9 back-to-back. Noon's the first to fire. And that's a good decision from him as he takes the round.
Yeah, great combo multiplier from Noon to end Interest.
Yeah, there was good awareness from Noon to understand that Interest finds him a bit of trouble and he decides to apply the pressure where it mattered the most. But unfortunate miss drop from Noon is gonna give Interest the easy W as he ties it back up.
It's not easy misdropping into the LST stack. Just the pressure from LST just makes it hard for you to make any mistakes. Survive from making mistakes. Well, Interest with the C spin. While
Ooh,
Noon
big
has-
30 spike. Can Noon survive this? He tries his best, but it's not enough.
You know, what can you do when Interest just decides, I'm gonna go to C spin and then RNG garbages below?
Yeah, so we're at match point and this has been the closest top 8 has been. And Noon is looking to survive that misdrop, which he does. But unfortunately, he misjudges his schemes there, and Interest takes it 9-7.
Yeah, it's a great match, but it seems like Noon's concentration broke first. Interest just showing a new side that we hadn't seen yesterday. Really shook off the nerves that he looked like he had.
Yeah, he was just one round away from being eliminated from top 8. And now he's clawed his way all the way back.
Yeah, super exciting.
Wait, I need to submit.
let me see. Talk like it has no brain. You can do your karaoke.
Oh my goodness, already know my grandfather. This guy's still do you still have? No, actually. We don't need it. We got it by I'm excited. No. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I don't wish you go this, you know. So much. So much. It's not much. Oh. You mean like, never put it out. You never put it out. I mean, like, this, plus one, but I didn't go to the army. Always. Yes. It's quite a nice, it's like, I remember something. My, we are. Well, I said, I get one like, I was on the bench, like, was I, we said, like, yeah. I think no one I they were out. Yeah. These really six is hardly. This is actually if you will be I will be this way. Yeah, that's the Jesus, I get really off with I need to be that was like a sticker. That would be a one place to actually in the north. Yeah. Like the media orders, when you look at how much each might be in BC, so you don't say something's meant to like companies on phone, but don't have anything like that. Yeah, you guys keep stuff like yeah. Very good. Now let's say about the children. What's your opinion? Always in all countries, I also or outside. I don't know if something is I don't know. This is true. We can play this right. It's not slow. Really, and it's nice. I feel the ball is like an introvert. Yeah. All the balls right. I live at 97 second now. I use the always the what oh hell no. Honestly, yeah, I'm watching up. I was sleep. I think it's just not but the problem is season 2 is not if you can like it's quite a your efficiency. How you just wow. Well, the thing is season 2 right, if like you see top players right yeah, back to back. If you are slower, they are back to back. Oh, I think this one. I don't think you use. Never watch it. This guy. Why does it read? Let me think. Three. That's the stream watching right now. Is it the other stream? I know it's not. Let's see. Okay. We're listening to something. Oh yeah, I like you. No, it's called. Oh, well, it's yeah, yeah. Oh, that's about the zero. You know what? I just use my pen and so it's like disappearance actually disgusting myself like this. I reach my oh my god, okay, yes, it's like it's you see now, see, that's what these lessons are on. No, 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 it's yeah, it's you know, it's not fine. Very good. All the time. Now, don't see me. This is so bad. Oh, God, not before. So, what is being bad? One thing to respect. Yeah, it's really not so much. You like me, my yeah, it's not. And so let's be fun. So the kids, I got the effort that let me know the all. Yeah. What is money? You like, and yeah, that's the truth. Like, and you don't know what coming to but because of the hard that for as long as you I feel like in the case it's not a thing down now that also yeah, it's really life. Game is too much on my class. We really like that life. And then I something about or like why they might work you might want to oh, but you know, I'm so you're feeling out here. I'm looking at anyways. The best news about something was tropical flowers. Series. I didn't know. Like, I don't know. I understand. I found from but it's tropical is three different things. The best part is I'm gonna be rubbish with maybe a lot for things I think it'll be very to I can. It's a fuss. Yeah, one look at that. It is that it's individuals特别会搞来，因为我爱不来是或者搞了把这里去天了吧。现在所谓的如果说有一个玩大这个问题，其实就是你看，他就觉得是的，或者来说你，玩那样子，然后呢，你来看那个还是那个，你30块的是拿好的，我等下再去搜。最快那个跟最下最美，也快说说吧。现在开始上来是我在想说，也是我想别的公司，我这个嘛，这个我参加那个然后把我买我买，我买我快了，是我这种，那个我太安全，那个他们马上那个是。Yeah, like Taco Bell is quite a big around that. They all McDonald's on it. Why was it? I don't think I didn't. No, so we see on that's only give the thing. Yes. They are eating this class. How they just did everything in our girls. Yeah. I would like to make time for like yes. I have fun cycle with somebody. Cycle sucks. I know I read wrong for the cycle job. Yeah, and the service. Like I know what it's it's a bunch of testing. That was like well some sort of little bit about this. Then I found one like this, like I don't know how long it took, but the machine was smooth and it helped when you bring it up, sure around to like all their life. Yeah, like after life was it's not confusing things straight. It's you know, you cannot reflect. I don't think that is. From should be I'm not sure if besides 5 months. Sorry. I didn't manage to get a bit soft. Well, yeah, I think nights off. All right, for a little while. Yeah, yes. You see, don't see how much. Yeah, that was tough. Level one, like, oh, level one.
Hello? 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 Test. Hello? 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 Test. Mic test. Okay, good. There's only like 6 viewers right now, which means no one can hear me. I assuming. Okay, I'm gonna do like one of our donation goals is that I do karaoke for like 3 different songs. Or not 3 songs, the songs that the participants have asked me to sing for karaoke. And there are 3 songs. And this is one of the songs. And I'm kind of cooked for this song. Just gonna try it out. Hello? Hello, testing. I think I'm going to the karaoke now. Shisana. Where are we? I can't do this.
Okay.
I don't even know where I'm at. Where are we?
You want to put the music louder today?
It's already at the max. I can't make it louder.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm at. Oh,
Really hard.
it's okay. This is a 4-minute song. Okay, try.
Which was the same?
She's not.
Choose an easier song so I can hear it.
I'll see it through.
I don't think you will go far.
See, if I struggle at the normal part, there's no way I can sing the last part.
Sorry.
Yeah, close enough. Thanks. Next song. Let's do. Yeah, I'll do this one because I think this one's like proper lyrics. Here, cause I need to hear the music.
Okay. Let me go on it. Okay. Yeah, you.
Silence through the night, a thrill, searching a mountain to you. Fear in my heart is so supreme. I give my life, I wanna die for you. In my time, there'll be no Cries away, fly, fly to you. Dream, say something going through the rain. Something feels. I need to hear. What is a dear child to survive? All the day that's in your life. Give my life the honor by for you. In my time, there'll be no one else cries the way I felt for you. I'm still a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Okay, last song. The super fast song. Okay. Can't find. Stand, cause I know this is me. I can't see cornerstone. Sit down, keep it in. You don't go with the way to go see this other thing. Pushing on the side. What to go from the other one? She do. 大好きでなら違いがいいね。違いしかしたらない。そういうスタイルなのに。そうだね。もう、ダメだったな。I'm not gonna lyrics. I'm just gonna harmonize, bro. Not really.
Yeah.
I'm free. No more song. Alright, we're starting in 5 minutes.
I just think it's like I'm giving myself that's already finals lyrics. Yeah, I don't know. It's basically like something. Why that's something? I see. I used to go with someone. I don't know. That's bad. I don't know. I don't have bad words. I mean, they just like almost. You know, yeah, I don't know. What about you? But this is really does. I mean, also do this one. That's I think it's try this. I don't think it's myself really slot. I don't think it's trying to. I don't think for the moment. But I think it's still the shit. Always. I'm not sure. This doesn't even know something about it. Let's see though. Yeah, yes, the one is from now. Oh, the car. Which the king fall and almost I see for the play from Hong as I go. So I said, oh, just like an hour. This even not that I mean, so I get into the it's like noise. Because I see oh, it's possible. I think that's the answer. It's not the first. It's true. It's I mean, but there's no one seems to be a That's just if y'all want to go back to the theme parks, and that's like what the summer flower. It's just spread right. So, if I'm y'all on the feeling, someone. Oh, I had this. Actually, I don't know. I think y'all is still just for telling us. Somebody put help on it. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I just thought, because you're like, Oh, I mean, it's okay. You still get people change. But Chinese kids, it's always the Chinese kids. Like the Chinese kids. No, no, because the Chinese kids they all know more. No, actually. Actually, that's the one. As they think it doesn't it's this offer. He's getting that over. Because you can when is it? I'm sure yes. I guess you can read what you forward looking now. Anyway, yeah. And what do you she kind of trying to mention that we have no this use the there's the Chinese river season is all it's like counting but every food this kind of it's this it's all yes. It's so that's right. So good. I only do this. Serious things. Some of it. Yes. Same question. First of all, you are. Point by one. Signature. Real. Real. And always spend it like no. Hey, all the easy series. I also offer electric reach me on I will call the camera. Then I think. Make funny finger and side. Thank you. Why? You have your maybe settle your response. I think you have right. Switch. Like just walk to see it alone. You know, you might feel like nice that you're able to avoid it. That's it. So, it's not really making problem. It's just over. Because there's one. Bro, that's really, I think, nice. Oh, still, but doesn't wonderful. It's John something. Yeah, it's not Bible. You should hold on. Should not, you know, high high. So the problem is all right. All over. It's not getting taught, you know. Well, you know, but I don't know why. I hate it, but she should be good for you. This way I don't like such a sense like that. Hey, when they have a head of it, you won't do it. So, everybody. Okay. Hey, so take me, okay, well, please, a little bit of you. School, but it's every week, you know. For sure. Oh, when people say about that, these people, smoke to be true, as in, no, well, you should have, one of the, but you're in the other one. So I don't think there's a place. Any practice. Right, right, it's just fear. Well, I don't know, you need to move, we're going to kind of go on in the front. You must, here's the thing. The first thing I know that you it's just that one. That's the other style. I'm not able to terminate their own. You can see here, we're trying to yes, I would love to try to go to you have conversation network. She was like, if you still have anything for you know, why? Noise. Quite a bit of my journey. It's hard. It's right. Step back and do it right. I'm very good.
Hey, Meow, come back. Are we live? Hello, can you hear me? Wait, Rip, I closed that trio. Hello.
Hello, everybody. We are back with Error 404 versus Minori.
This top winners finals. Winner of this goes to the grand finals, and loser of this. No, winners final. If you win, you get the grand finals. Otherwise, you head down to losers finals for a second chance.
So does this mean even the loser can get into top 4 right now?
The loser is already in top 4.
The loser is already in top 4.
Yes, minimum third place.
Anyways, we finally have some decent money on the line. Fourth place is getting $128, with third place getting $238.
Are we start? No, we're still setting wrong.
Oh god, you're right.
No, you rank that, bro. 1 to 5 APM.
Anyways, it seems we have an exciting match on our hands.
Yeah, so we have Error versus Minori. Error being the clear favorite here. But these two have played each other before, and believe it or not, Minori has taken a set off Error. It was a close 5-4 victory, but a victory nonetheless. So Minori has done a good job taking out the third and the second seed. So we'll see if we can continue this momentum and take out the first as well.
I'm certainly noticing a slight speed differential, but Error 404 is surprisingly the one to go down.
Yeah, he tries a cheeky little TSD tower, but it doesn't work out for him.
Now the real question is, how many rounds will Minori take from Error? Any
Alright,
thoughts, operator?
I'm hoping for 9.
9 rounds from Minori
Yeah,
expected from
let's.
operator. We'll have to see.
Error is the guy to beat, and Minori is a clear candidate to do it. And let's get right into the first round.
You're starting off kind of slow for Error. Honestly, Minori taking the speed. Never mind, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, Error playing a bit more reserved, I would say. He's not.
Tad bit shy, and honestly,
Yeah,
it
maybe a
cost him.
bit too reserved. Minori takes the first round.
No sweep. Well, it's still too soon to say because Error just hasn't shown the terror that he has yet.
Yeah, but Minori with 2 quick PCs. And a color clear to go on top of that.
Yeah, but Error just sets up the 9 back-to-back, LST breaks it to send 29 attacks. It's super hard to survive.
Yeah, and he still had a TST waiting in the back as well.
Yeah, Error showing off the terror. Interesting start from Error 404, going for the C-spin opening that I think only Firestorm uses.
Minori drops the C-spin first.
But Error solving his board with an interesting Yoshihiro SD. This cleans it up really nicely and puts on lots of pressure, actually going at 1 APP at the moment.
Yeah, but some misdrops there might slow him down a bit.
Yeah, but he cleans it up, super fast.
Yeah, really not any danger here.
Yeah, except Minori's slightly cheesed up, while Arrow has a super clean board, so he might have to play defensively for a bit, but I don't think Arrow's going to give him any breathing room.
Yeah, that's gonna be a quick round from Error.
Taking the lead.
And I think this is what we're gonna see going forward. Just super high attacks from Error, while Minori probably trying to survive and counter spike on his own.
Arrow, the slight micro, gets a really nice garbage well. I'm not sure if he gets the eyepiece to use it though, but he gets it eventually. Small misdrop from Arrow. Not sure if Minori can capitalize. And in a blink, it's gone. Where's the misdrop?
Yeah, Minori, however, doing a good job keeping up the pace.
Yeah.
I would say that he's been able to hang on quite well given the circumstances.
But something tells me Arrow is nowhere close to showing us his full potential. There's a great survival from Minori.
Yeah, and he finds a quick 25 spike, but it's just one row shy. But he does continue with it. But Arrow is few steps ahead. But that misdrop is gonna cost him. And that's another round for Minori.
Yeah. Now the question is, can Minori build up his back-to-back? Because Arrow doesn't seem to give him any chance to.
Yeah, Arrow the first to release that PC there into his signature LST. And Minori with a bit of hesitation there. But he does keep it together. Unfortunately, the garbage is a bit too high, but he does stay alive.
Yeah, that's honestly not a great survival for Minori, but Arrow is just pushing him really high up.
Yeah, and Nori survives the worst of it. And he's found himself in yet another downstacking situation.
Yeah, but there's still clearly a big speed difference between the two players. However, Minori, with his 9 back-to-back, tops Arrow out for a third time.
He takes advantage of that missed TSD from Error.
Honestly, I think this could be the first time somebody's taken a lead against Arrow in this tournament.
Yeah, Minori doing a really good job handling these spikes. And just...
Oh, but Arrow just shoots back. Tying things up with... Whoa, what was that spike, by the way?
Yeah, that was a 255 APM round from Error. I think it's the highest we've seen so far.
255 APM. That's insane.
Yeah, I didn't know numbers went that high. Yeah, a bit of a stalling from both sides.
However, I think Arrow is better suited to stall here because he has a C-spin follow-up too.
Yeah, Arrow pulls the trigger first. Waits for Minori.
Yep. Don't look down on these two going at 1.6 PPS. They stall, but their stats are still great. Nice hamburger stack from Minori. We do love burgers.
Yeah, a bit of a traffic from Arrow's side, but he handles that no problem.
Yeah, well,
Minori, he's looking to tank, but some terrible pieces from him.
I don't think he was looking to tank. He was just...
Yeah,
he had to find a survival against Arrow's 20 spike.
Yeah, he was in a good spot and got caught with his pants down. Right, so another stalling situation, but Minori gets right into it. Arrow's amazing garbage, but he blocks as well. Unfortunately, Minori is in a bit of pickle here. He does clean it out quite nicely. And unfortunately, Arrow doesn't quite have the attack to close it out. Oh, and another misdrop.
Honestly, very interesting setups from Arrow, incorporating the all spin to preserve his back-to-back.
Yeah, ooh, and he was just one row short of topping out. And with that, he pulls off a quick reversal.
3-5 in Arrow's favor. Honestly, we're starting to see a lot of this. We've been here a few times before. Same C-spin openers.
Yeah, but Error has been doing a good job keeping up the pressure and keeping his board clean. Yeah, but Minori with a nice stack here.
Finally, we see Error going back into a signature LSD stack. Honestly, we do see a lot of competent players use LSD. What do you think about that, operator?
Yeah, I mean, offense is the name of the game, and LST is really the pinnacle of offense. It's quick and reliable, and it's good if you have the muscle memory for it.
Yeah, it truly just demands that your opponent follows your pace when you use LSD.
Yeah, Minori there, unfortunately, didn't have the T pieces for the clear, and that's gonna be a quick round for Error.
Do you think we could see another Error LSD to end things off? Oh, both of them go into LSD.
Minori trying to challenge Error in his own game. We'll see how this turns out.
Oh, but we have the perfect garbage well from both sides,
Yeah,
except
and another
Error's.
misdrop for Error. It's gonna give Minori another round.
Yeah, I did not expect Minari to win that LSD battle, but one misdrop can change everything.
Yeah, blessing from Jesus himself. That was the perfect garbage hole that he needed.
Slight misdrop from Error. We go into a misdrop opening, but he's blessed with the RNG. Interesting decision, Rara, deciding to tank that garbage. While Minari just decides, okay, I'm gonna try surviving while Error's in his 2-7 stack.
I was speeding up and he decided to stop playing, but that might cost him as Minori survives.
You got some
mean,
modern art over here on Error's side.
A bit
Just
cheesed
see
up,
if
but alive nonetheless.
not sure if Minori can take advantage. But he does have a 2-7 stack of his own, except he is missing a few crucial pieces to make it work. Whoa, meanwhile, Error has power stacked himself with a really clean 6 combo that sends a good amount of cheese to Minari's side.
Yeah, and he's still continuing with it, keeping up the pressure.
Minari just clinging on by the skin of his teeth, binds a down stack combo, gets to the clean.
Yeah, and Error with a overhang misdrop, and Minori takes yet another round.
Yeah, that might have been the wrong all-spin solution for Error. Minari takes yet another round.
Yeah, so Minori hang on quite well, if I were to say so myself. This has been the closest series that we've seen so far.
Yep. I don't think I've seen anybody take so many rounds from Error yet in this tournament. But both of them building up their back-to-back. Minari sends his offers, while Error misdrops hard. Can Minori take yet another round? Yes, he can.
Yeah, and Minori's looking to tie things up.
6-7.
One round at a time, as they say.
Oh, Minori opts for the PCO start. Doesn't even get the PC, but don't think he was aiming for it anyways. Well, Error has his interesting C-spin setup. Both of them kind of in neutral territory, with Error having a side 4-wide setup, but he doesn't go for the 4-wide.
Yeah, but with a crazy combo and another one on top of that. And Error puts Minori at match point.
Yeah, honestly, we are super close to yet another 6-9, but we'll have to see if Minori allows that to happen.
Yeah, it ain't over till it's over, as they say.
Yeah. But Error is in his signature LST. Well, the pressure is definitely ramping up with 8 back-to-back. Error just gonna build up his back-to-back with the SDPC. Wait, SDSD, sorry. Yeah, SDSD.
Onto a Tetris. Minori's trying to hang on for dear life. He does have the solve. And the IPs to go on top of it.
Yeah.
It looks like he is going to make it out of this one.
Honestly, great survival from Minori. Gets all the pieces he needs, and Error misdrops. Does he get the pieces he needs? Yes, he does, but Minori misdrops. It's alright.
But Error clean his way through it. That is insane survival from Error.
Yeah, it seems with money on the line, both
Yeah.
of them are.
And he just cleans it up. And there you have it. Error 404 is our first member in Grand Finals.
And yet another 6-9.
Yeah, Minori really putting up a good show, and he still has a chance down in losers finals.
Truly the terror.
Bro, what's that free advertising? We need to like block out the secret lab logo.
You guys want to go? Okay. Well, are we gonna get macro bets? We can't. Honestly, pretty interesting. We have not seen a single Amogus.
You won't see that at this
We
stage.
saw it in US.
You won't see that at this stage.
Not even a warm up.
Not with this amount of money on the line.
Damn, no Amogus this tournament.
Yeah, there could have been in pools, but
Amogus Gambit. Only depends on whether the opponent sees it.
the depths to this.
I do not expect Minori to take 6 though.
Dude, he is good. He has won 5-4 before.
Yeah.
You're sleeping on him.
Fake Yurang, fake Yurang.
Fake X rank even.
No wonder I can't rank up, bro. You got people like Minori, you?
Okay, we have 3 matches left. Or 4 if there's a reset.
Oh, for I was a chat.
Your last 10 DL games. That's the one you saw.
Bro, Vince is in chat.
He's waiting for the dark finals.
What? You know the worst thing of all time. Wow. Try. I don't need it. I'm not in Singapore, but huh? Yeah, my hand is never like cold. My surface area not enough.
This is fighting for what place?
This is 4th.
Or for what?
4th or move on. If you win, you can always move on.
Or for at least third.
Yep. Okay, we're back in losers finals, featuring Character and Interest. Both of these on their path to redemption. Kiara losing to Minori in winners semis, and Interest clawing his way all the way from losers top 8.
Yep.
So these two are quite evenly matched, if I were to say so myself. So hope to see a clean battle between the two of them.
Yeah, last match, Minori versus Error. We saw a pretty significant speed difference, but now these are like two striders going head to head. Though that's a lot of cheats on Interest board, and he's topped out. Kiara taking the warm up. Super fun to watch. So, operator, do you think this will be a strike battle, or do you think there'll be like other adaptations? What is the win condition here?
Yeah, this will pretty much be a stride battle, and maybe it's just the nerves that will make the difference because Kiara is the more seasoned veteran, I would say, while Interest is looking to crush his resume in his first tournament here in here in SG.
And we are off. First to nine, Interest versus Kiara. Strider versus Strider.
Right, I predict a high APM gameplay and even higher number of missed drops.
Yeah, definitely seeing our first miss drop so far from Interest, which
Yeah.
already cost him the round. Kiara taking the lead. You see a Fonzie from Kiara. Well, I think Interest might have just misdropped his opener.
Yeah, Kiara's playing super hard right now.
Interest might have to step things up from 60 APM if he wants to win. And he does. We reach 80, 70. But Kiara just...
Ooh, some floating pieces there from Interest. You don't see that too often.
Kiara just showing off his 6-7 stack. Finds that Kaidan. We haven't seen that much this tournament. Well, honestly, Interest looks really cheesed up.
Yeah, but he's doing a good job tanking all this garbage and staying alive.
Where did this cheese come from, operator?
Or it's probably Kiara just skimming off a few pieces in between his combos. Yeah, but Interest is found his footing, I would say. And he's looking to counter attack.
Yeah, great donation from Interest. Will he get access to that bottom well?
Yes,
Yes,
does.
he does.
That misdraw from Kiara isn't gonna help things.
I think this might be a battle of cancellation and getting well access, honestly.
Yeah, just trying to find the killing blow at the correct timing.
Yeah, Interest actually showing off his knowledge, going from the flat top into Imperial Cross.
Yeah, but Kiara is looking really good and has a really clean board right now. He's looking to capitalize on it.
Yeah. Kiara, but unfortunately, we got some misdrops, some fixing needing. But Interest just doesn't let him breathe.
Yeah, he blocks off as well for a bit too long there. Just let Interest capitalize.
Honestly, you can see Interest really stepping up the pressure. Will Kiara be able to withhold?
Yeah, a bit slight hesitation from Kiara there will let Interest escape out of that dirty situation. But it seems like both of them have managed to find their footing.
Yeah, we're just seeing casual 3 PPS from both sides as Interest decides to build up his back-to-back using his 2-7 stacking.
Yeah.
Gets 2 S pieces that he needed, but Kiara forces him to break his back-to-back early.
Ooh, but that misdrop is gonna be ugly for Kiara, but he does survive this time.
Yeah, Kiara doing a great job with that survival. Well, Interest definitely has some... Well, he's upstacking at like 16, 17 height.
Yeah, Kiara, a bit of a delay there. Might come back to haunt him, and it
Honestly,
does.
I have to say, Interest greeted super hard and it paid off.
Yeah, Interest really put it all together within these past 2 days. It's really night and day, his performance from yesterday and what we're seeing right now.
Honestly, operator, what do you think? Do you think these players need to be greedier to win, or can they win just playing it safe?
Yeah, I think Kiara needs to uh keep it together, maybe play a bit more cleanly. Meanwhile, I think Interest has been doing a good job, setting up all these big spikes to take Kiara out.
Yeah, Interest just gets into these clean LSTs very often. He's certainly found his formula for success.
Yeah, speaking of clean, Interest looking real good right now with their garbage well, as he sets up multiple TSD Tetrises in a row.
Whoa, that's super clean from Interest. Gets the S prop too, and
Yeah.
just continues to upstack his fractals.
Yeah, but a good job from Kiara surviving through all that.
Yeah,
As he sets up his combo of his own.
but it's definitely Interest. Well, despite the big misdrop, Interest is the one putting on the pressure and building up the back-to-backs.
Yeah, Interest has really woken up and activated his Super Saiyan mode here.
Yeah, both players going so fast that the moment you make one misdrop, you're bound to make at least 2 or 3 more. Pretty macro from Interest, but it's a little bit suspicious. It's Kiara just keeping it stable, getting access to the wells,
Yeah. Interest doing a good job surviving.
and now Kiara is the one putting on the pressure with the back-to-back.
Didn't even need to break it. That would be enough as Kiara cuts Interest's lead. And he stops the momentum.
MKO from Interest, while Kiara just sticks to 6-tree stacking, just freestyles it. Whoa, it's a little bit of a mechanical stack from Interest. Gets those floating STMB capes that you see from Kabuzo Pi, but big misdrop. Big Kerr down stack from Interest.
Ooh, that was a big L from Interest there, and as he takes the L.
Not sure if the audience knows, but Kerr used to make those misdrops so often, they made the term after him. Kerr down stack is where you block off the well as you're putting the IPs down.
Yeah, Interest with the super greedy double TSD attempt there. He didn't get the second T in time, and it looks like it's gonna cost him as he faces super parity issues right at the top of his board.
Yeah, but you can definitely sense his will to survive just from how much he struggled at 19 height not giving up. But, interesting stack from Kiara, but Interest just goes for the super fast PCO upstack.
Yeah, Kiara converts it to a super clean down stack, and he finds a easy 24 combo to take Interest out.
Yeah, that was a big spike. Interest had no time to react.
Yeah, and just like that, Kiara takes the lead, What a quick reversal of a situation, Blink
Yeah.
and you miss it.
But we can see these two very experienced players just trying out openers and seeing what works. We saw at least a few of them come out. From PCO upstack to MKO, these players know everything.
Yeah, Interest got a bit too greedy with the upstack there, and that was gonna cost him. You really need to balance between the continuing your combo and keeping your well open in case of a surprise attack, I would say.
Yeah, but I think these two players are honestly changing up the tempo super fast between rounds. Like
Yeah.
Yara, now he's going off in his 7-2 LSD stack while Interest is forced to break back to back. But it's no problem. Interest has the garbage to cancel.
Yeah, really clean play from both of these players.
Yeah. Great awareness from Interest, especially to find a survival there. Great T-spin single from Interest to convert to the counter 4.
Yeah, but Kiara had the solve, and he downstacks with no problem. Interest downstacks as well.
Yeah.
But Kiara continues his offense, and that's gonna do it.
I think one thing that separated these two players is the way they are able to use different stacking to keep their board just flat. Like taking the T-spin single just to keep a flat board. It's something you only see the professionals do.
Yeah, and I would consider these two, professionals here in Singapore.
Yeah.
And you're seeing why, as Kiara builds a quick STSD, while Interest building up just a casual 15 back-to-back.
Wow, 23 spike. He manages to switch his well while preserving back-to-back. Incredible feat from Interest. I have no idea what you can do there if you're Kiara except just eat the defeat. Wow, both players just ramping up the back-to-back. Kiara a little bit more passive, while Interest is happy to just build it up.
Yeah, Kiara with a bit of an indecision here as a kind of a messy board, and Interest is able to capitalize off the situation.
Interest just decided, I'm gonna break my back-to-back early, send ton of cheese, and Kiara was like, there's nothing he can do about it.
Yes, I'll die.
Well, but interesting opener from Kiara. Goes for the DT cannon.
Interest gets an all clear as well, but its effect is not felt on Kiara's side.
Yeah, these two players are just shrugging off 20 spikes, which would normally kill any normal player.
But Interest is struggling, but he finds some crazy all spins to stay alive, and he gets a TSD on top of it.
Wow, that's a little bit suspicious stacking from Kiara, but he makes it work.
And he finds the all spin of his own, but yet another misdraw from Kiara. It's gonna be enough, and it's tied 7-7.
Yeah, it's good that these players are good enough to like turn their misdrops into fixes super quickly, but those slight pauses give their opponents too much opportunity.
Yeah, but Interest is building a roof over his head here, and Kiara's not having any of that. And here we're at match point. Will we see a tiebreaker, or will Kiara end it right here, right now?
Honestly, it's up to nerves at this point. Stick spin from Interest, while Kiara just opts to 6-3. Whoa, big setup from Interest, but he doesn't get the pieces he wants.
Yeah, and he slows down maybe a bit too much.
And I think this is over. And there it is, the win.
Yeah. Kiara moves on to NUSES finals to book a rematch with Minori.
Yeah. That was an exciting match.
You almost get that. Of course, sorry to.
You were on call?
My friend called me then. I suddenly like I didn't speak. I was like just waiting. Then you're texting me like where you.
Bro, the debuff is real. Wait, that means people can sabotage by just messaging on this spot.
You just stayed off.
Arbitrage, you know.
Can I just shout out? My friend's telling me. Can I just shout?
You can.
Who's next? Minori?
Yeah. Again, it's Canada.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wow, my friend told me, like, I didn't pick up. I'm listening. You can get the leg. I'll fix that. Come here. I think so. What's the five one? Right at the camera. Wait, I think $60. Teenager. A bit down. It was a bit funny. Oh, oh. I'm behind that. Oh, what's that? Let's take the right. Yeah. Alright.
You ready?
No.
How do I decrease the sensitivity?
Yeah, man.
Okay, here we are. Losers finals. We've got a rematch between Kiara and Minori. Kiara's looking to take the W while Minori's looking to assert his dominance.
Honestly, do you think? Honestly, do is on? Okay. On or not? Eh? Is it on?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Is it on? Is it on? Is the mic on?
Is it on?
Filming. You can't tell, you don't see anything.
Hello? Can hear. Okay. And we are having the warm-ups between Kiara and Minori. Honestly, I don't think Kiara even needs much warm-up, considering that he's so hot from that last match.
Yeah, that was one of the sweatiest warm-ups I've ever seen.
Yeah, 1 minute 18, these players not realizing that there's no stakes at hand at the moment. But one thing's for sure, Kiara is dialed the fuck in. Can I say fuck?
Sure.
We're not monetized.
Ah, yes. So personally, who do you think will win this, operator?
Well, I'm kind of biased, but I'd give Kiara the slight edge, but I think Minori does have the advantage going to the match here.
True. Let's just think about it using error for if these two faced error, who would take more rounds? Because we've seen Minori take 6. Can Kiara take 6 rounds from error?
Yeah, I mean, both of them have a mountain to climb here because not only is grand finals a best of 11, error is sitting in winner's side as well. So that means that either one of these players is gonna have to win 2 sets in a row, which is a pretty tough ask here. But if anyone can do it, give it to Minori. Okay, and there we go. We have a rematch from winner's semis.
I do wonder how much the fatigue from the Interest Kiara match would affect this. So far, it doesn't seem to affect anything. Both players just going straight ahead against each other. Great fractal from Kiara though. It's an interesting match with Minori being the first one to build up a meaningful back-to-back.
Yeah, Minori forced to break his combo there, but Kiara survives just by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah,
And
I
he
can't
does find the
believe
pressure to.
he found a 6 combo just to survive. Well, Kiara seems a fan of reliable TSD, which is known for its counter spike prowess.
Ooh,
Any
but
thoughts on when he will reveal like a 30 spike?
yeah, I'd say that both players are capable of those numbers, and maybe if some lucky garbage positioning, we might see multiple of them even.
Yeah, but we see an interesting DT cannon from Minori, which
Ooh, and 2 quick misdraws from Kiara.
yeah,
He
Minori
tries to save it, but it's not enough.
yeah, Minori honestly just slowing down with the 13 back to back, just watching Kiara die. What a sadistic man. You got a relatively neutral position with
Yeah,
lots
Kiara
of
with some
clean on both sides.
really clean garbage. And Minori looking for a downside himself, and he does get it. A quick 20 spike. But Kiara shrugs it off like it's nothing.
Yeah, Kiara was forced to use like the eyepiece in the before he got to the well, which slowed down his attack quite a bit. Well, Minori just finds the donation into the Hachi. Wait, no, not Hachi, Shashiku train.
Right, Kiara he covers the well there, almost got punished for it. Luckily escapes quickly.
For a combo from Kiara, just finding his way out.
Yeah, so Kiara already looking better from the winners semis match here. Maybe he's gotten a bit more warmed up to the pressure of the top four, and he's looking to perform.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting match so far. Kiara actually speeding things up mid game now.
Yeah, but Minori with a good solve.
Or I'm not sure if speed is the answer to everything, considering that it's also increasing Kiara's misdrops.
Yeah, Minori tried to clear that overhang there, but didn't quite have the pieces.
Well, so far we see a C-spin opener from Kiara, which just lets him build up back-to-back safely.
You're in a bit of a situation here. Can Minori capitalize? And he does.
Yeah, great fixes from Minori to showing off that SRS knowledge to fix his board with that L180. Unfortunately, he doesn't get to... He just kills Kiara too fast. Well, identical openers from both sides.
Yeah.
Minori finding the PC going into Trident. Finds the DPC, goes back to first, finds the Fonzie and just upstacks into 2-7 stack.
Okay, but Kiara's able to stabilize here.
However, Minori is clearly just squeezing out every single line of attack by extending his multiplier combo. Another 15 spike from Minori sending Kiara out, but he quickly digs himself out of the situation.
Yeah, some good moves from Kiara. And Minori doing not too shabby himself. And both of them are super clean. Yeah, so both of these players are pretty much in a neutral situation, I would say. None of them having a significant advantage over the other.
Yeah, but Kiara has a pretty awkward 1-8 well that he manages to resolve quickly.
Yeah,
Minori just
looking to time an
timing-
attack with a godlike garbage spawn, but Minori able to answer right back.
He just has the defense on hand.
Yeah, I think this is the hallmark of a a pro player, like knowing when you'll be in trouble and being able to be ready for it even before it happens.
Yeah, Minori honestly offering very little gaps to Kiara and takes another round. Yeah, this is definitely one of the macro battles for the ages. Now we see identical LST start. May the best LSTer win. Minori opting for a more freestyle approach that even wastes a few eyes, but it's no problem for him because he manages to get access to the clean well. Oh, Kiara just transitioned to a 9-0, no problem. Back to 2-7. Yeah, great tanks from Minori, just slowing down the pace ever so slightly to tank more garbage, but Kiara has a godlike well.
Yeah, but an insanely clean garbage spawn from Minori allows him to survive the attack.
Yeah, Minori
Yeah, and-
just showing off some of the ice spin knowledge to fix his board and puts Kiara into the grave.
Yeah, and it's looking like a repeat from winners semis.
Could even say that Minori's got some experience fighting error. And
Yeah, and that miss drop is gonna cost Kiara yet another round as Minori pulls away with a 3-round lead.
having taken 6 rounds from error, Kiara honestly might just feel like easy mode to Minori. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Kiara's coming off a win himself, but as I say that,
Another round for Minori. Well, Minori just keeping up the momentum at the moment. Super high octane gameplay from both sides.
Yeah, Kiara struggling a bit with that J spin. But he does manage to stabilize. While Minori here is thinking about his next move.
Yeah, Kiara, a very interesting down stack solution. Oh,
With two quick TSDs.
yeah, but Minori just has a good 9-0 well, while Kiara is forced to break their own back-to-back, which doesn't kill Minori. Minori just time and time again has like so much garbage to cancel. It's really one of the greatest macro battles I've seen.
Ooh, and Kiara misdrops that TST.
Yeah, but doesn't matter when Minori is being topped out.
Yeah, so Kiara's managed to cut the lead here. And he's looking to close the gap before it gets too overwhelming.
Mm-hmm. The Fonzie start from Kiara. Goes for builds up more STMB capes and is just playing a macro battle.
Yeah, he knows Minori has that Tetris available, and he's looking to prevent a all-out attack from Minori, and he does manage to do just that.
Honestly, I think Kiara might have won the macro battle, having like some garbage to play with, while Minori was sent all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, Kiara looking to speed up before Minori can clear the garbage, and a misdrop from Minori will give Kiara yet another round.
Yeah,
Yet
round by round, Kiara is climbing his way back up from hell.
Yeah, it's a quick reversal of fates here. Maybe Minori feeling the pressure, you know? You had such a big lead and suddenly it's being chipped away. That has to be super, nerve-wracking if you're Minori.
Honestly, I feel like the main difference is that Kiara has like changed up his tempo. Both players are actually going slightly slower than when they first started. There's lots of careful screen watching on both sides. While Kiara builds up the 12 back-to-back, might be forced to break it here, and he does. But no problem, he finds a multiplier down stack out to clean his board, and Kiara is in a really good position. However, Minori is also pretty safe. We're kind of back to even territories.
Yeah, Kiara with some slight hesitation there, but he does have a super clean board. And he has managed to claw all the way back.
Yeah, another round for Kiara, who is starting to feel more active, while Minori is playing more passively, in my opinion. Oh, we love to see that Fonzie start
Oh,
from
that
Minori.
TSD fake out from Kiara.
Yeah, both players definitely playing a lot slower than when they first started, but
Yeah, a bit more
That's-
intentional, a bit more careful, I'd say.
yeah, although the stats show that these players have slowed down, the thing that hasn't slowed down at all is their burst speed, and we see amazing bursts from Kiara just to like tie things up. And 6-6.
Yeah, Minori was one piece off his J there. He could have had a big combo if he got to it in time.
Yeah, operator, what do you think? Do you think there's a difference between pure speed and like burst speed?
I think some people play better if they're in familiar situations, like as you saw in Arrow with the LST stack. But in these like super cheesy situations, you really have to be careful with every placement. Yeah, and Kara takes the lead for the first time,
6-7.
and maybe he's figured Minori out.
Yeah, but we got another
Okay.
stall battle between Kiara
Yeah.
and Minori. I think this is the third time you've seen it.
Minori has a TST into a Tetris, so Kiara's got to be really careful here.
Oh, and he's just chosen to.
Yeah, and he threw away that T piece. Not sure if that can be intentional.
Kiara just continuing his LSD stack. Unfortunately, doesn't get the right pieces to continue it. It's anybody's game now. Well, interesting.
Yeah, but
cut
Kiara
copy
with
from
a
Minori.
super clean garbage well with a nice TST setup.
Yeah, C-spin set up from Kiara, but I don't think it's enough to do anything to Minori.
Minori's looking to upstack here and find a combo of his own.
Yeah, great tank from Kiara, but he has some digging to do. Definitely has the better board. And the Yoshihiro SD from Kiara sends Minori to the top, who just shrugs it off. We're seeing a lot of high-level tactics from both sides. Minori, look at that float that he's made. When he finds the Kaidan follow-up.
Yeah, and he preserves his B2B across all of this. It's
Yeah,
really impressive.
from hamburger to Kaidans, Minori just shows off his knowledge, like
Yeah, Kara is
flexing on us
rushing
mere
into his
mortals.
TPs, but that eye placement can be intentional, and he's run out of space.
Yeah, Minori
Yeah, Minori
just
ties it
looking
up.
over, sees Kiara in trouble, and just releases that down stack combo. 7-7. I think this is the one of the closest matches
Yeah.
we've had so far. A little bit of a stalling from Kiara.
Yeah, Kiara is sending a TSS, maybe.
Obstacle for the tries to be a little bit too fancy, doesn't quite work out, skims down. No problem for Kiara. Minori, I don't think he wants to stay in that 9-0 stack, and he doesn't. One thing I've noticed is that Minori is starting to incorporate a lot more all spins to just shift his wells around as he goes along.
Yeah, Kiara with a really good decision making there to sacrifice his J so that he could make it out.
Yeah, Minori slightly on the ropes. We'll see if Kiara has enough pressure to top him out.
And it looks like he does. Alright, it's match point. Kiara with the lead this time. Can Minori bring it to a tiebreaker?
Yeah.
Or will Kiara get his revenge?
Honestly, great job from Kiara. The moment
Yeah.
he sensed weakness, it was just pressure.
It's another god spawn from Minori. Maybe the Tetris just wants him to win. But Kiara is ready to tank.
Yeah.
And he does just that.
Still
Yeah,
anybody's match unless
but that
get
misdrop.
misdrops.
But a very quick fix from Kiara is gonna still keep him in this match.
Honestly, that was so fast I didn't even notice Kiara misdrop. Great fixes from both sides.
You're just playing super fast and you gotta be precise in these high pressure moments.
Whoa, this is
Oh.
super tough, and
Yeah.
Kiara finds the only solution on the board.
Yeah, that was really good awareness from Kiara. Maybe decides to not go for the T spin, cleverly. And he stacks all the way down.
Yeah, honestly, Minori same finds a very creative solution to barely survive. That ZP, if he placed it anywhere else, would have blocked the well. But Minori's
Yeah,
the
and-
one cheesed up at the moment.
Yeah, Minori saves his eyepiece, smartly.
But misdrop from Kiara lets
Yo.
Minori barely live.
Yeah, but another misdraw from Minori is gonna give Kiara the game. And there it is, a hard-fought battle, but Kiara will be the one to come out on top this time.
Honestly, operator, we've seen a lot of these close matchups come just down to nerves at the end of the day. These 9-7 matches have just been decided by nerves.
Yeah, it's really a tough world out there. But Kiara has stamped his way into grand finals to book a meeting with Error.
Yep.
Oh, no, we're not final or grand final.
Was that losers finals?
Yep. So we have either one or two more matches.
Okay, so if Error wins, he takes it home. If Error loses, then we get another.
There's no sense. We're wow. He does that very well. Yeah. Wait, still grand final. There for last one. Oh my god, awesome. Those I actually told here's the strategy on. Everyone hasn't been you are downstairs. Alright, I'll go to that.
Okay. Should we take a break before grand finals? Take like a
I told him she was like something. Yeah, she everyone forced me to send something message. Oh, one. Actually, we can do anyone to get what else. Well, I don't know. Okay, just simply right. If I just really simply, I can try it. So very all the time. Yeah, that is yeah, stop the one stop there. Fasting around and very like a lot. Five years later, this you need to know that the hope is the virtual one. What's going to see what is like, let's not because she's like, oh, you love treating the GR was that's pretty fine. Mine, I got into the game. Is that how much I was? Being on the I thought a lot of bad things about the Genesis. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I got unnecessities. Fine. Second, I got a latency change. And I had no idea that I would keep on. I think most of the time what this Chinese name and this has been followed. So actually I've been for 2 years. Like and blueprint. My DX is set to like a sort of I don't want to I like then my field I just the only computer I had as you want to do that. You know, I mean, this I like it around. You know, never hear the two paid on that. He said, one more. It's funny as well. What? From what is going now and I like this finger like it's you just want to make it new site, you know, you can do that in front of that's the thoughts. Well, how to do the know, series, yeah, like you don't get it's like it's like building file. So, like, usually, I think that something is fun, right? So, I guess, you know, totally. Just randomly. I could play that, so, like, seems like, oh, there's a question of it. I don't know. So no, I'm not going to see it. There's a fucking and it's a regular that right it's called yes it's very not it's not very you try to from my people three have I something you know this see the first for what's how you should really I have first Please follow this channel. Otherwise, I'm going to Sorry, not for you. I feel all very sure of friends. I can see that. So just see the good you want to bring this thing on the level. Before I say that, this is 2 years ago. So, but so everything is turns out. I think it was the hard. But that's all I'm show. See? What a plot. Oh, Fair, bro. In case you need a record. Hey, Hanu? Aaron doesn't have a bank account. How is he gonna get the money? Hey, I click with everything half is stats. All my stats half of these. I can't. What is Smash though? I can't that's your I think this will make it go. What's your plan for you're going to at least 4 3 I don't want like 这东西我 I don't want some reason I stop your like
Wait, is Vince in the chat?
Well, my boss. Then you join so many times a day, bro.
You should go sometimes.
Hello, is the mic on?
No.
Okay. How did Vince know? I asked if he was in the chat and they say hello.
Hey Vince. Hey Lisette. Hey Vince. Hey CZ Small. Hey One PC. It was once like a crypto tournament for Tetrio, like full of like A ranks, S ranks, right? Like
Yeah.
or lower, like B ranks. So basically the prize money was like crypto. And I invited RTXL and he sweeped everyone.
That does sound like a good business opportunity. They run out of money.
Huh?
They run out of control to give out. But
No,
it is
I didn't host it. It was somebody else's crypto Tetrio tournament, like in-house one.
that's a farming simulator if I were to say so.
Yeah. And RTXL just sweeped and took the grand prize. It was super funny. It's like worth a few hundred.
That's an easy payday for him.
Yeah, it was.
Really? No, I think you.
Anyways, on to the grand finals. We have Era 404 versus Kiara.
Yeah, no surprise to see error here in grand finals, but I think Kiara has put up a good fight to make it all the way here.
Honestly, I expected Minori, but yeah, great job from Kiara getting here.
Yeah, so this is error is sitting in loser in the winner's side, so Kiara is gonna have to take 2 sets off of him. Meanwhile, error only needs to win one, and grand finals is first to 11, so we'll see. These two players are gonna need to have the stamina if they want to go the distance.
Yeah. Not the easiest match. I think Kiara, he's like played 3 matches in a row, 2, 3 matches.
Yeah, but he does have the momentum going into grand finals, I would say.
Honestly, I thought he would take a break on like the warm-up round, but he's going all out from the start. 140 APM on both sides.
Yeah, so I think Kiara's win condition here would be to capitalize off errors, trademark misdrops, or errors win condition would be to not do that.
Definitely gonna be an interesting match. We've seen Kiara's macro, and honestly, Era's macro is also pretty good. Especially with his burst speed. I think the biggest advantage will be Era's burst speed. Because he honestly has really good macro, really good pressure, really good everything.
Yeah, you would expect that from SG's #1 player.
Yeah, all that separates like these players are just their burst speed.
Yeah, but Kiara's doing a good job hanging on. We're approaching the 2-minute mark and Kiara's showing no signs of stopping.
I think wedding one.
Yep, but unfortunately for Era, that C spin does not work because he just does not have the right over
Yeah.
a wall to bounce off.
Yeah, so this is a good omen for Kiara. Let's see if he can keep up the energy in the actual match.
Yeah, Kiara actually sending more lines in the warm up round, so Era definitely probably has more to show us.
Get frustrated.
Well, personally, between you and I, operator, I think Kiara definitely has the potential to take a few rounds away from Era.
Yes, but 11 rounds, that's a tough ask.
Yeah, but we've seen Minori, who Kiara beat, took a good 6 rounds from Era 4-4.
Yeah,
So
so
nothing is out of question. Well, at the end of the day, I think it comes down to nerves. And from this warm up, honestly, Kiara showing very resilient nerves.
and there it is. Grand finals of TET and Tetanus. Winner takes home the grand prize. Can we get some hype?
Yeah, the grand prize being $826.
Yeah.
A substantial amount never seen before in
Never.
Singapore Tetris history. And Kiara sent all the way to the top. Error fully dialing in 3.8 PPS to take the first round. Like I said, Error just showing off that burst speed. Ooh. I blinked and he was like at the bottom of the board.
Yeah, so Kiara really ramping up the speed here. Maybe he feels the need to, keep up with Era's pressure. But we're gonna see if that's gonna affect his accuracy in placing these pieces. But it seems like it isn't. Yeah, Era just cleaning through all that. No problem from these two top players. Ooh, but a weird hang situation from Error. Does get access to his garbage well in time.
Wow, Error just showing off the prowess of an X+. It's pulling miracles out of nowhere and downstacking when a normal person would think all hope is lost. Like, what is he doing over here? Finding a way out, getting to his clean well at 18 high? I blinked and he's all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, it's just another day at the job for Error here.
Yeah, but Kiara trying to pressure Era. Look at that Fractal and that float. Just putting a ton of pressure on Era.
Yeah, and Carol was doing really well there, but just one missed drop is all it takes. Carol actually had the APM advantage the whole round.
But APM doesn't decide everything. You still need to top out your opponent, which Era is showing it's not the easiest task to do.
Yeah, and yet another missed drop from Kiara is gonna.
He just slowed things down, but the subsequent misdrop might kill him. But Kiara shows incredible resilience,
Yeah,
finding
he
a
finds
way
way
out.
out. That's insane.
But it's given
Yeah.
Era the opportunity to just build up a very comfortable 15, 16 back-to-back. We might even see 20.
Yeah, I was thinking of a good time to
19
to
back-to-back.
drop the 20 bomb here. Maybe decides to build it a bit more.
22 back-to-back,
22
which
surge.
Kiara manages to survive.
Yeah, an amazing survival from Kiara there. He shrugs off the 20 spike. He's looking to
Wow.
establish his own back-to-back.
Both players are showing it's super tough to kill either of them.
But an IP's misdraw from Kiara is gonna give Era his third round in a row.
Can you believe these two players just casually shrugging off 30 spikes? No problem?
Yeah, I would expect them from two of the best players here in Singapore.
Yep,
But-
look at Kiara building up those amazing spikes and just continuing his back-to-back. His back-to-back of 4 and gets blessed with the God RNG.
Yeah, really good garbage spawn from both of them. But unfortunately for Kiara, it's gonna take a lot more than that.
Yeah, Era showing that you don't even need RNG, you just need pure pressure to win.
Yeah.
Except Kiara manages to take a round from Era. Maybe you also need some eyepieces.
Yeah, Arrow was messing around a bit too much there, which does give Kiara an opportunity to capitalize.
Yeah. But Era with pretty good upstack.
Yeah, Kiara
What?
for 30 piece to follow up with an 11 spike, and that's gonna be enough.
Wow, maybe 30 spike can't kill Era, but 40 certainly can. Chat, clip that. Anyways, I don't think Era needs to make much of an adaptation yet, but Kiara is definitely... He's ramping up the pressure. We've not seen him this, strong yet. Although, that is a pretty interesting board that he set up. Looks a bit like modern art.
Yeah, Arrow looking a bit sluggish at the moment. Maybe he hasn't found his footing yet, but
Yeah, but do you see how fast he just makes his way down all the way to the bottom of the board?
yeah, but Kiara's no slouch either. He is managing to consistently put the pressure on Error.
Which is honestly insane concentration from
Yeah.
Kiara, considering he's played 2 matches before Era.
Yeah, unfortunately, as for Kiara, Error finds the counter spike.
Wow, look at that donation from Kiara, just showing off the flat top knowledge. But
Yeah, Kiara hitting Arrow with his own LST, but
yeah,
Kiara's
Era
really-
actually doesn't have a down
yeah,
stack.
his garbage gets covered up for a bit too long, and his 4-3 is much closer than anyone could have expected.
Now that you look at it, honestly, when Kiara and Era are both in LST, they are pretty much evenly matched because LST just lets you speed up so much thanks to muscle memory. Well, both of them breaking their back-to-backs, setting tons of cheese to both sides, but Era is the one with the C-spin to capitalize.
Yeah, I'd say Arrow is looking in a better position at the moment, but Kiara's making.
Oh, that things change so
way.
fast. Now Era is the one with slightly more cheese, while Kiara is at the bottom. Oh, but
Ooh.
DT cannon DT cannon from Era just cancels all Kiara's attacks. Era showing off all the all-spin knowledge and even macro to just shrug off Kiara's attacks
Yeah,
one
and
by
he's
one.
timing this attack really carefully.
And we have a slight pause by both players to macro.
We've got a stare down with Kiara firing first, and Era answers right back. with his massive combo that he's been planning.
Whoa, but Kiara survives just barely.
Yeah, but he doesn't survive the second wave of attacks.
Yeah, it's super hard because the first wave is huge already, but like Arrow just doesn't let up with the pressure.
You've got a slight miss drop from Kiara.
I don't even think that's a misdrop, honestly. It could be part of his setup. Like,
Yeah,
look at
it
that
is.
float.
Yeah.
Goes into the STMB cave like twice in a row. And honestly, whoa,
Yeah, Kiara looking real good this round.
lots of floats,
You gotta have
lots
to
of
capitalize on it.
vision from Kiara.
Unf-
Oh, there is indeed $800.
But a miss drop from Error is gonna give Kiara yet another round.
You get
Error
5
misdrops the eyepiece to the right of his garbage hole. And you never want to see that.
Oh, I didn't expect it to be this close, but Kiara forced to waste an eyepiece. Sorry, T-piece. Although, that is a monster of a spike from Era who follows it up with a TST, and Kiara just manages to... Oh, he doesn't manage to get the down stack. Era just too fast with that TST. No hesitation at all. TC from Kiara who just goes into freestyle after. Maybe a slight misdrop, but I don't think it matters too much. Well,
When
Arrow
God's garbage spawn from Kiara, a gift from RNGesus, and he does make full use of it.
Oh, I'm completely surprised that Arrow didn't take advantage of that well. Kiara just too fast. So that's all from Kiara. I wonder how many back-to-back we'll see from this LST. Honestly, we see Kiara taking a more defensive
Ooh,
approach.
not sure what Error did up to. That can be intentional.
Usually players just decide, I'm gonna go all out at LST as fast as possible, but Kiara's like taking a careful approach of like timing his LST to cancel instead. Honestly, neither player is playing too efficiently, but seems it does not matter. What has happened?
Yeah, not sure what's going on here. Ooh, but Kiara down stacks all the way down. Arrow with his signature LST. That Kiara does manage to survive.
Slight misdrop from Error, but he just cleans up so quickly.
And a quick 25 spike from Kiara is gonna tie things up.
Yeah, Error, if he didn't make that misdrop, he would probably have survived, no problem.
Yeah, maybe the nerves are really starting to get to both of these players.
Yeah, but here just sticking to the fundamentals, choosing Fonzie at this time of whoa,
But some crazy misdrops from Error.
misdrop from
another one.
Kiara too. We get a TSD fix.
Oh, that's an insane fix from Kiara.
Wow, Kiara taking the lead against Error 404.
Yeah, this would be a win in ranked in Tetra League.
Yeah, but both players just showing how greedy they are getting, and Error starting maybe being the first one to break down with his nerves, but never mind, cleans it all up in a second. I swear I cannot blink around these two.
Yeah, Error.
Wow.
Oh, Error just gingerly nudges the TPs over. Luckily managed to save it. And he carefully positions the J as well.
Wow. Kiara all the way to the top. Honestly, we see Error using a lot of DT cannons, and it's enough to top out Kiara's, bringing it back to even. Wow, I think we're starting to get to the point where like nerves will contribute more. Kiara starting with a DT cannon, or Error sticks to his C-spin
Error with
opener.
God spot.
But a big spike from Kiara and 16 spike.
Yeah, but Error is ready for it. Ready for the second one as well.
But Kiara has a really clean well, while Error might have some digging to do.
Yeah,
Whoa,
but
but digging he does.
just get a good pieces for it. Oh, he cleverly spins that J there to stay alive. and he survives right at the top of his stack. That was some clutch gameplay from Error.
Yeah, 40 seconds into this round, and honestly, it's surprising that Kiara's the one with the PPS advantage.
Yeah, he really is really is in charge of the pace here.
Yeah, I didn't expect Kiara to be the one putting on the pressure on Era, but if that's what he needs to do, wow,
do it.
great down stack from Era 4-4.
Yeah, and he's just trolling, misdropping, but luckily enough, he doesn't top himself out in the process.
Wow, I cannot believe how good these players are. Era, I have no idea how he pulls 17 spike out of nowhere, and we get a 4 white from Era 404 with a 4 white.
Yes, and it looks like
Gets
he's
the
gonna get a
combo-
continuation here.
Combo multiplier,
Kiara-
but Kiara answers with his own combo multiplier, not even requiring a 4 white. Well, Era is starting to use a lot of all spins, it seems. Yeah, there's like 6-7 all spins in a row. Resembling Vince HD a tad bit, who I believe is in chat.
Yeah, but Kiara is ramping up the speed here, but
Huge 28
Era
spike from
speeds up even
Era.
faster.
Wow, that is close to 1 APP from Era 404, showing off how efficient these two players are. Well, this is a reminder that this is in fact the winners finals. Kiara has to win 2 in a row against Era. So will we get a bracket reset? Well,
Look at that floating OPs on Kiara's board there.
Yeah, but if you think about it, it's really just a J spin foresight, you know?
Yeah, there are no style points here.
However,
Grand
Era
final.
makes a big misdrop at the top, but it cleans it up so fast you cannot blink around this guy. Do you think Kiara is gonna start running into some stamina issues, having played like 3 matches in a row and now facing Era 404 in a
I don't
high
think
octane
so.
match?
He's been really good with the speed, and it doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon. Oh, as I say that, he's in a bit of a situation, and he doesn't get to his L in time.
Oh, match point for Era 404. Just needs one more round to take away the grand prize of $800.
Yeah, Era is looking to make his way to the bank here, while Kiara's looking to stop it.
Yeah, but Kiara finds the Fonzie PC, but oh my goodness, does he have another option? I think Era's strength is that in these tense situations, he just manages to keep it simple.
Yeah, his problem solving really is refined to the point where he is able to get himself out of any situation, no matter how bad it is. And this has given him the advantage in these high pressure scramble situations.
Yeah, the stats are relatively equal, but how quickly Era is able to fix his misdrop, fix his mistakes with like machine-like accuracy might be what separates them. However, things are not over with Kiara ramping up the pressure.
Yeah, he does seem to be going faster here. Perhaps looking to apply more pressure. Ooh, and an amazing T-cannon there.
Yeah, but one mistake could end this. But look at how much cheese is on Era's board. He barely nudges a survival.
Yeah, but character unfortunately unable to find the killing blow there, and this prolongs the match.
Yeah,
He's looking
but
to make his way out.
it's
of
definitely a
Cheesetown.
cheese race on Era's hand. Will he be able to get out?
Ooh, but the misdrop is gonna help Kiara a bit.
Oh, now it's just up to Kiara to pull on the pressure, and it
And he
seems
does put it on. But Era is ready.
Era wasn't ready. What a macro decision from him.
Yeah.
But he cannot survive the follow-up from Kiara.
Yeah, and Kiara keeps hope alive with yet another point.
Yeah, but all Era needs to do is breathe in and opener gaming, and it might be enough to take another round.
Do you think a 4 white is on the table here, or
Look at that clean board from Era. He's so tempted to turn into DT, and he does. But Kiara misdrops the LPs.
oh my?
Whoa, is this over?
But Era is in a bit of situation himself.
I think we might be able to see a bracket reset, folks.
Okay. We have a trolling from Emperor.
Is that a TST tower?
Oh, and a
A
TS tower coming
TST
from
tower
Era.
on winners finals? Error 404. $800 on the line, and he pulls that out and makes it work. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah, Arrow might be playing with food a bit,
Look at
but
that foresight from Error 404.
unfortunately the food seems to be biting back.
Yeah, we enter the 1 minute.
Yes, the amazing ice spin there from Arrow.
This match does not feel like 1 minute all, but that is a rough misdrop from
Kiara really needs to play
Kiara.
this really carefully.
But is it a misdrop while complicated T-spin setup?
Okay, not the best piece from Kiara, but he does seem to be making it work.
Is he though? All Aaron needs to do is just send his surge,
but he's not doing that. Which
But-
does give Kiara the opportunity to stack all the way down and survive the surge.
honestly, Error kind of cosplaying Diao, not taking things
Yeah.
too seriously, but that might punish him. But Kiara, despite the messy upstack,
Takes yet another round. Will we see the reset? Or will Error close things out?
yeah, everybody seems to want a bracket reset, possibly even Error. But wow, look at that 6 PPS LSC upstack, pushing Kiara all the way to the top.
Yeah, Kiara barely made it survive, but he finds a nice counter attack of his own.
But 10 back to back and climbing higher. Is it enough?
Yeah. Error's insane building a TSD so high up. But he does make it work.
Yeah, but he's still stacking quads at like 18 height. This son of a bitch is so greedy.
Yeah. Kiara unfortunately had to drop that TST dash. The Z is nowhere in sight. And he does make the correct decision.
And it's anybody's game at the moment. But Error 404 takes the match point and the
And-
match.
And there you have it. Error 404 is your champion of tennis. And the winner of $800.
Kiara actually putting up an amazing fight,
Yeah, it was a-
sending more lines than Error.
Yeah, valiant attempt from Kiara, but the reign of terror has only just begun.
Honestly, Error with a lot more to show with 5.5 PPS LST.
Yeah, so we'll be having a quick break before we'll proceed to our top finals featuring Error 404.
Wait, he's fighting Vince?
Okay, Error.
So, choose this or they fight. Now, that's the little stuff. Wait, I'm still What's a scale? I'll DM you. Fighting good. It looks like y'all ourselves. It's all. You're only lying now. Really, actions. Rest already.
It's made like $6 each. Is it each person or is it like
Each supporter costs.
no? As in. So like this person who pays like 30 means he pay for 5 supporters,
Yeah.
right? So if this side pay $10, so that means 1 supporter, correct? Then the rest go to the donation to the prize pool.
I'll cover the deficit.
Oh, you cover. Okay, so that will be 2.
No, I give $50, right? That's $2. Okay, that's just nice.
Okay.
Okay, I give $50. The $2 will cover for 10 plus 2 is 12, so it's $6.
Okay.
Okay, so it's just nice
Okay, just
accounting.
okay. Then you send me a list of who you want me to send supporters to.
Yeah, I'll do it later.
But,
That's
Yeah, that's like, well, yes, it's okay, man. It's good. Alright. This is just a game though. What's this class of football?
we need to do some advertising in like your discourse, like Arrow versus Vince on the channel.
It's having like,
He wants to fight Vince.
Operator, what do you think? You think? I still don't. Is this fighting to play better? Oh, oh my god. This is kind of guys. I follow them now. This is why I like to be so in my current almost still strings all over it. Oh, man. I'm recording for now. Still be YouTube. Wait, try adding 3 minutes as a warm up. As a warm up. You just warm up. Oh my god, it's enough why. Microwave cats. Wait, I'll go. I've hired these. I've hired this servants.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We have interesting match that's outside of this tournament.
Yeah, we have a third finals here between Error, the winner of tennis, and Vince HD, no stranger to winning tournaments. In fact, the winner of Full Tilt, the Manila Land from last week. So we have two winners here. Who's gonna be the ultimate winner? The price for this match is $100, and if Error wins this, he's gonna have a bit more money in his pocket. And with no warm up, we're gonna get right into it. This is first 11, and we're gonna be in for quite a match.
Yeah, operator. Honestly, last December we saw Error take on CZ Small and get destroyed by center forward.
Yeah,
What do you think will happen with Vince?
I've seen Vince and his crazy all spin, so I think we're gonna see a lot of that.
Indeed. Vince, I believe he's the cheese race holder world record. And Error, I'm not sure if he's got any records. Well, but off to a quick start. Vince HD showing off his all spin knowledge. Look at that.
But but he wastes a bit too much time, and Error takes the first round.
Error 4-4 taking the first round and no sweep. I cannot believe it. Yes, Error 4 getting the quad PC to start things off, going to Fonzie kinda next. But Vince, honestly, his burst speed is insane.
Yeah, Arrow had a bit of traffic on that ice spin there.
Honestly, if anybody's watched Vince play quick play, I would not understand a single thing he does. And
Yeah, Vince HD, the Warlock.
yeah, the Warlock himself. Error might be at least comprehensible for mere mortals, but Vince, I have no clue what he does, and he just makes things work. Slight misdrop from Error, but he cleans it up real quick.
Yeah, so it's just a non-stop barrage of attacks from both of them.
Yeah, it's like Vince he just makes it work. You know, he makes 3.8 PPS look like he's like
Yeah, he's on a casual stroll on a Sunday
yeah.
morning. Yeah, and you are gonna see this unbelievable all spins that Vince is known for to extend the B2B.
Oh, was that a fin?
I think that it could be.
Yeah, Vince just showing off his knowledge with that. I think it's a fin TSD. Have to ask like an expert.
Yeah, but Arrow is not doing too shabby himself. And as I say that, he misdrops a few pieces. And in the time it take to fix it, Vince takes the lead.
Yeah, 3-1. I can't believe Error took a first round already, and now we're like 3-1.
And Arrow misdrops his PCO. You don't see that often.
Look at that all-spin knowledge from Vince that he's just flexing on us mere mortals. Like, do you understand any of these?
Yeah, look
S-spin
at that
triple?
S-spin.
Wow, build up to 15 back-to-back in 20 seconds while like just not even trying to speed
Yeah,
up.
that's a full screen worth of damage, and Arrow unfortunately doesn't have the down stack for it.
Yeah, honestly, in this tournament, the maximum back-to-back we've seen has been like 24 maybe?
Yeah, that's after a full like round of building it up.
Yeah, it's like a full minute of building up, and Vince just shows off. I can do what you do in a minute and like give me like 15 seconds. Like look at that look at that all spin knowledge.
Yeah, and he's nailing every single one of these spins without hesitation.
It's like three S spin triples. Oh my goodness, 19 back to back already in 25 seconds, and it's still going. Oh,
Drops yet another 20 bomb, and Arrow doesn't quite have the pieces for it.
he manages to maintain 1 APP throughout.
Yeah, that was the 224 APM attack.
I don't even know what to do if I'm Error. If I just hear the tudung 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 and I see the number go up. Like, what do you even do against that? Like, and the scariest part about Vince HD is that he misdrops, certainly, but like, the misdrops just get cleaned up so fast. You think Error 404 is like fast at cleaning up misdrops? Watch Vince.
Ooh, but Arrow finds a big combo here, and Vince isn't able to squeeze way out of that one.
Yeah, but just barely and requiring 240 APM from Error. Wow, this is certainly a match for the ages. Error finally feeling what it feels like to be a mere mortal yet again.
Yeah, so I think Arrow's win condition will be to find these monster combos and maybe catch Vince in a bad spot. Just like that, but Vince is rarely finds himself in a bad spot.
Look
Yeah.
at the cheese on Vince's board and how fast he cleans it up. Truly the cheese race world record holder.
Yeah, but Arrow doing a good job himself.
Look at
Tries
that
a four-
center forward from Vince. Finds the combination too. 9 combo almost gets all the way down to.
A cheeky TST attempt from Arrow, and he does pull it off.
What is that stack from Vince? I still do not understand any part of his gameplay. He makes it work. I have no clue how. Against Aaron, a 1-8 stack. Not the greatest stack you want to be against.
Misdropped his T piece.
just barely survives.
Yeah, and
But
he,
the-
he isolated his old piece and he couldn't yank it over to the left.
Fortunately, bad spawn for the Yopies. Yes, error. Let's see. He's put off like 5 PPS LSD. I'm not sure what it does against Vince though. Big
Vince here.
spikes from these two players. Honestly, the smallest attack we see from them is like 6, 7, 8 spikes.
Ooh,
But a
but
misdrop error might cost them.
yeah, so Vince really pulling away here.
At this
That's what
point,
I
I
would
don't
expect.
even think it's about whether Eric can catch up. It's about whether Vince decides to make mistakes, which honestly he does not rarely. Very rarely does. Look at the ice spin into. Well, just Vince HD not only abusing like his outspin knowledge, also abusing the lag in his favor.
When he finds a bit of trouble there, but he cleans it up just like that. And he finds a 25 spike out of nowhere.
Vince just using his advantage of being a Filipino, just using the PLDT stacking to just make insane spikes against Arrow.
Arrow doing a good job this round. Vince needs to downstack his way here.
Yeah, but look at
Yeah,
Vince. He
that's-
just shrugs off like 19, 20 spikes like they're nothing.
He sees it coming, and he just cancels at a mere thought. Ooh, but yeah, do you see how he fixes the Z misdrop in 2 clean pieces? This is just peak efficiency even in times of error.
Yeah, you truly cannot tell what is a misdrop from Vince and what is like a complicated spin setup.
Yeah, and this spike is gonna do error in.
Mind you, he's playing at like 4 plus PPS while keeping close to 1 APP while upstacking against Arrow. It's a great feat. Well, Arrow just sticks to the LSD stack. But is it enough? Can he get to the well?
Yeah, he's not letting up under pressure here. Gets a big fat combo.
Yeah, but is it enough when Vince is still the one building up all the back-to-back back-to-back?
He times an attack there
Like, look at the ice spin from Vince.
and gets a big quick 21 combo, 22 combo. He survives, but
Yeah,
for how much longer?
it doesn't matter. Even if he does survive, look at all the cheese on Arrow's board. And yeah, it's just, what do you do against that? Like, let's say you cancel against Vince. He just builds up back-to-back. And if you don't cancel, you just get cheesed. And it's a center
Yeah.
4 white for error 4-4, but Vince is just like, yeah, let's see what you can
Alright,
do.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I'll use the double cancel mechanic. Thank you very much. But
Yeah.
error. Oh,
Error struggling to find a continuation, but it gets 9 combo, but at the end of the day, somehow he's the one cheesed up when against Vince. How does this even happen? Well, Vince finds the DT cannon set up, and just like the follow-up too, finds the DT into C-spin.
an amazing sequence from error, but Vince holds it together.
Wow, the DT C-spin. You rarely see that mid-game.
Yeah. And Vince HD puts out a match point here.
10-2, wow.
Really dominant performance from Vince here.
Not even close. Mind you, these two are in the same rank, close to same like
Yeah, same positioning
positioning
on the ladder.
on the ladder.
But Vince clearly has the superior tournament knowledge and the battle hardened veteran experience.
Yeah, like look at Vince. I thought he would have broken back to back like 10 times, and
But this is not looking good for Era, and I think he's throwing in the towel here.
I
and
mean,
there you
just
have it.
to.
The reign of terror has ended just as quickly as it started. Unfortunately, Vince is invincible today.
Yeah, truly a excellent performance from Vincent Hardrop himself.
That was a convincing win. Right, and there you have it. That will be all for our TET at NUS. I'm an operator, and I'm joined by my host, Meow. Would you care to give some concluding statements?
Concluding statements, even to like with Era 404 being like the peak of Singapore, there's still many monsters out there.
Yeah, and we're hoping that Singapore can develop to challenge the very best of the world. And this is just a preview